Greetings, brothers and sisters. So, yesterday was debate night. For those of you who do the Gratefulness meditation, I forgot to do a Tuesday sitting. I don't know if I'll get to a sitting today, but I'll definitely do one on Thursday, just so you know, because of all the things. So last night was debate night. I had started making a video. I was talking about the show, the Black Sails, the pirate show, and that's feeding into this and a bunch of other things that are feeding into the debate. So that's the beginning of this video. And I'm going to cover as much of the debate as I can get to. It was epic. It was very telling. The whole thing needs analysis. Trump definitely won, and Kamala Harris was shook, like in the beginning of the debate. And I'll get into all that because that was epic. Not that I want Trump to win the presidency. I kind of want Trump to just go away. You guys know how I feel about this thing. It's hard for me to decide on which person's worse, and that's what you're looking at to deal with a situation that's only going in one direction, and that is the wrong direction, which is our country, right? But I want to show you a few highlights of things I copied off the TV. I want to show you one of probably my favorite moment that made me crack up out loud. And then the other thing was the CNN people falsely claiming Kamala Harris won. And one of the ways you can tell Harris lost is because immediately after the debate, the Washington Post posted, Kamala Harris campaign wants a second presidential debate with Trump, like immediately after the debate was over, because they know that she came up short. She did not look good. She looked shook, and she did not do what she was supposed to do. Trump, on the other hand, he did take the bait a few times, and he did get triggered and get defensive or do what Trump does, but it was far less than I thought. She was the one talking between the exchanges, and her facial expressions, while Trump was, like saying whatever he was saying, she was laughing and, smirking and just looked like a little. I mean, it was bad. So we'll get into all that. But here's one of the better ones. Team Harris says she wants second debate after torching Trump. Why does she want a second debate if she torched him, right? Like she wouldn't want one. I mean, no one would want a second debate. The election's just coming up. Whoever won this debate was not going to debate again, because unless they were behind or something. But, why would she want a second debate? Debate wasn't worth repeating. It was because she was completely shook and nervous, and Trump didn't do the things that she wanted him to do. Trump finally came out and denied Project 2025, which was a big moment for him. Like, Trump performed his best debate. He did as good as he could do, with his limited, his narcissistic personality and all these things. And so, I mean, this is hilarious here, right? Team Harris says she wants a second debate after torching Trump, right? When the boxer comes out and says, I want a rematch, it's because they got their ass kicked, right? Like, the winner doesn't go, hey, I want a rematch immediately after the fight. That just doesn't happen, right? So they're admitting, like, right after the team knew that she came up short. And I'll get into why. So let me show you the two clips here first.
To desecrate our nation's capital, on that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches.
I've seen this a number of times. Tiki torches are not intimidating. What, they were going to have a luau? Like, they were carrying tiki torches and they were dressed in polo shirts. They looked very preppy. Very, maybe they were even FBI guys. I don't know. Very, not intimidating. And, it happened so long ago. And this is a Joe Biden line. Like, Joe Biden said the same thing. Why say tiki torches? You could just say torches. You don't need to say tiki torches. You just say torches. But they weren't torches. They were tiki torches, right? for no reason why they were carrying them. It was just goofy. They looked goofy. They didn't look intimidating. They looked goofy. They were wearing polo shirts and carrying tiki torches. Were they going to a reggae concert? Or are they going to, luau? I mean, tiki torches are not something that is intimidating. And the way she said it, like the way it was great. And she just copied a Joe Biden line. Like, why do that? Like, why bring that up? He's always bringing up Charlottesville. It's not something that hits and wins with independence. Like, it's just it was a set line. Like, she had memorized a bunch of things to say. And she did maybe a good job of memorizing them, but didn't do a good job of delivering them because they were weird. It was off-putting. And she was relaxed by then. So she came out shook. She calmed down in the middle. But then just these goofy lines, right? And not that Trump, it was just entertaining because she was floundering and Trump overperformed. Like that's, again, I'm not a Trump fan. I wish the guy would just go away and more so. And I'll get into it, this immigration thing and the Springfield, Ohio thing, all this stuff.
Focused on issues such as inflation and immigration, and that did appear to be a struggle for Donald Trump, perhaps too often, most notably when he invoked what authorities in Springfield, Ohio are saying is just false, a debunked meme that Haitian migrants are stealing and eating pets. He said that on the debate stage tonight. If illegal immigration is the most important issue.
So I wanted to see poll numbers of who won the debate. And, I knew they wouldn't be realistic, but I couldn't find anything. But that's when I found the stuff with the Washington Post said immediately after debate, the Herrick's team wants another one. Like, why would they do that if they thought she did a good job? Like, it's stupid. Like I said, I want a rematch. Well, you underperformed then, right? And so Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, I copied this from my TV. I recorded this on MSNBC, CNN, and ABC. But my wife and I started watching the CNN one, so I stuck with that. And I had the ending, and I wanted to see what they were going to say. And they had done a pretty good job of exposing Joe Biden finally after years of senility, after years of, his mental breakdown of having Parkinson's in the first debate. But now they're just coming out in line and said Kamala Harris won the night. She did not win the night. Like she wanted to make Trump look unhinged. She wanted Trump to talk in between, which she was the one who did, right? She was the one who was her facial expressions. She just looked bad. And she was obviously out of her depth, which is what they didn't want. They didn't want her to not look presidential, and she didn't look presidential. Trump did. And again, I don't want, I'm glad Trump won the debate because it was entertaining. I don't want Trump winning the election. I mean, it would be good on election night, maybe for a little bit, not as good as the first time because of the liberal reaction, but it'll be a nightmare. His presidency will be a nightmare. And it won't, none of the things that he promises, well, I'll get into that in a bit. But in terms of the debate, like she just was exposed as being not ready to be a presidential candidate. That's why she's not doing interviews on her own. She had to go with Walz. And these guys are completely lying here, right?
To you as a voter, he did talk about it aggressively, but Vice President Harris's supporters have got to be pleased with her performance this evening, which was focused on, telling voters that she cares about them and she has a plan for them, and over baiting Donald Trump into talking about crowd sizes and court cases and Nancy Pelosi and Russiagate and grievance. And he took the bait almost every time, if not every time. He cited Fox hosts as fact checkers. He invoked Hungarian strongman Viktor Orban as a character witness. It was like a 4chan post come to life. He really took her bait almost every time. If you're a fisherman, as I struggle to be, you would be lucky to have your bait taken so often.
You would be lucky to have your bait taken so often. That was the silliest, stupid thing ever. That was just ridiculous, right? You were lucky to have your bait taken as often as it was taken. Trump actually did a great job of not taking the bait for the first 20 minutes. And I don't know how many people sat through that whole frickin' thing. But Trump's, she came out looking unpresidential and nervous and shook. And Trump wouldn't respond. And he did a good job for the first 20 to 30 minutes. Then he did start, falling for some of the things that she wanted him to fall for. But he wasn't rambling between, he would make his point, and he failed. A lot of it's just BS in the whole thing, right, for both of them. He failed, a little bit in not saying some things, whatever it was. Like, it wasn't a perfect performance. He had a number of gaffes, and so did she. I think they had equal number of gaffes that were pretty bad gaffes. Trump said West Virginia when he meant Virginia. He said that she was for something that he was clearly saying that she was against. Like, he had some senior moments. But she had multiple gaffes, like right off the bat. She had one in her first, all of it, which we'll get into. But for him to say he took the bait, like, he did a better job than I would expect him to do. He wasn't going to not take the bait because, this is who he is, right? But he did a better job than I thought. He was calmer, and he didn't, he wasn't triggered like I thought he was going to be. We'll get into that, right? But for him to pretend that Trump was, like, I think this is the best the best debate that Trump could put out there. Like, given his personality and his limitations, this is as good as he could get. Like, this was not her best. I mean, I think it was her best because she's just not a good debater. She hasn't had much experience. She isn't really a candidate, right? She hasn't, she's just somebody who they've plucked out of the crowd, and she hasn't gone through the tests, which we'll get into as well.
Instead of focusing on Trump filling in the blanks for those voters unfamiliar with her, he focused on stuff as if he was the incumbent. I'm not sure Harris necessarily did enough to fill in the blanks that undecided voters might have about specifics about her plans, but there's no question Democrats have to feel good tonight about the trade of Biden for Harris, who showed herself to be a strong candidate. She delivered a strong message, and yes, she prosecuted the case against Trump. She started the debate, she began the debate approaching Donald Trump, shaking his hand at the podium, kind of forcing him to shake her hand, introducing herself, and from that moment on, Dana, she took the fight right to him.
It was not a good moment. It was awkward, and anybody who can read people, you guys probably saw some of it, and if you did, she was shook and nervous. Like, I mean, you don't have to be a truther or anybody. She was not, like, comfortable. She was definitely, she was nervous as like, and they should be saying that. Like, she looked shook and nervous. That's why she wants a rematch almost immediately, because she didn't, she underperformed.
I'm just looking up. This is the quote that I think really sums up what Kamala Harris, her whole message was tonight. You're not running against Joe Biden. You're running against me. It was obviously a planned line, but it deftly explains how she kind of triangulated and she separated herself, obviously, from Donald Trump and where she needed to from Joe Biden. And what was so fascinating is that she didn't do it on defense. She did it on offense.
It was a set line that failed dramatically. And, that's been their big thing, that she's bringing in a new era. But she's not, because she's accountable for the Biden presidency. Trump did not do a great job, because Trump responded to that line. He did a little bit. He didn't say anything about how she, this guy's been senile for a while, and she covered it up, which Trump should have done. Like, that should have been some of his first stuff he put out there. So he failed doing things that I thought were, things he just should have done. But that line that was delivered, you'll see it. It's kind of, maybe I don't know if I'll cover it today. So I'm going to get as much of the debate in as I can today. I might get the whole thing. This might be a very long video. I want to get it out today, and so, whatever it takes in terms of, it's a long thing. It's hard to go through, but I think it all should be analyzed from me, because it tells you so much about how it's hopeless, right? Like, shows you that there's no real answers. They're both liars. They're both, everything that they say here is wrong. Like, they both say things that are wrong. And, they're pushing things like fracking for political points there should be no fracking, right? It demonstrates that there is actually an apocalypse. This is an apocalyptic debate. Anyway, so here's the other part of my video that I already made. And then at the end of this, I'll get into the debate. Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. So this will be the debate video. Tomorrow night's the debate. Today's Monday, January 9th. Got a bunch of little clips. I'm going to try to keep those coverage of those things short. and that'll be the first part of this video. And then I'll cover some part of the debate, probably not the whole thing, because, that would be a longer video. We'll see what happens, but the debate's coming, and I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing it on, obviously, an entertainment level. I'm not rooting for anything or anybody, but just complete incompetence on both sides. I'm not rooting for a winner of the debate. I don't think there'll be one, because they both suck. Again, there's no happy ending here, which I'll get into in a moment, which I talked about recently in another video. Introduction to a video maybe 3 or 4 videos ago, I talked about all of us being programmed for a happy ending, and that doesn't exist. My wife and I both, my wife saw this woman for the first time yesterday. There's a woman who does an impression of Kamala Harris. I believe she's an Indian woman. And she's been on Tucker Carlson. And, I see brief clips of it. And I don't know if her impression sucks or is so good that it annoys me. But I can't watch it, right? Kamala is repulsive, as I've said before. She's just unwatchable. There's something that, and like I said, when she's happy, she makes other people sad. You're upset that she's happy, right? You don't want her to be happy. But when she's not happy, she looks very, glum and witch-like. I mean, her face, it's, most people are better off smiling, right? It covers up like their inner condition, which is not a good one. And so, not that I'm rooting for Trump and, I want Trump, but it'll be hard to listen to Kamala I just won't cover the president. I mean, if Kamala's president, unless she has some major gaffes, she's just really hard to listen to. Like, she's just off-putting, and it's just, But anyways, there's that. The debate will be covered here sometime in this video. As I've always said, I've been saying recently, and I'm getting more and more comments of people who have forgotten all about my channel. And out of the blue, YouTube has recommended the channel to them since I had sort of a heated discussion with some of their AI bots about being shadow banned, which I've talked about pretty much in every video since, because for me to survive, this channel to survive, people have to take more of an interest in it. Over the years, I haven't said, subscribe and like and all the things that people say for the algorithms, which is necessary because YouTube is. I mean, the algorithms, again, this is all machine-oriented. Machine learning is what they call it, right? Is all based in their, there's no human interaction here. And they've taken the machines and they've turned them against content like mine. Just not even just like truther content, but stuff that's not, part of their club type of thing, right? They have their chosen ones, and, I'm not among them. And most people aren't. And even people who used to be their chosen ones aren't so much, right? They're trying to push the crappy content that YouTube was supposed to replace, right? And so liking the videos is the easiest thing to do. And then subscribing, resubscribing if you get unsubscribed, and then clicking the multiple, the buttons, the button for get to receive notifications for the video, which is like they have a 2-part thing where you subscribe and then you click that button, and that doesn't guarantee you're going to see you're going to see, they're going to send you notifications. That's why commenting and liking the videos and things like that's important, to let YouTube know that you still want to receive notifications. And if you just bookmark the channel, or any channel that you're interested in seeing, that's another way to, if you leave that channel open on a tab and occasionally go to it, or every day or whatever it is, right? Depending on your preferences. YouTube just sees you're looking at the channel, right? Anyways, there's financial ways to support. There's the super chat, one-time donations, and there's the merch that I sell, and then also the membership program. Okay, so the introduction for today is about the show Black Sails. It's a pirate show, which is a masterpiece of a show. I have some sort of affinity towards pirates, and this covered like the famous pirate stories of the Caribbean. It's centered around who controls NASA in the Bahamas, the pirates, and then various other people, including the English government. And the the downside of the show is it has so much woke stuff in it. It has a very feminist agenda where there's a clear message that women are better leaders and executives than men, that women do a better job of leading than men, and that men are, warlike and, they just suck and they'll, it's just pretty clear. There's there's some LGBTQ stuff and a lot of just, various woke concepts, but also there's a lot of truther stuff, a lot of stuff that, patriots would, this idea of being independent of a government and the fight for freedom from government control, which the pirates represent. And so there's these various narratives and the suckiness of it, the woke stuff and and this was, I think, right before the woke stuff became mandatory to put in movies. And so I'm not sure, why this stuff made it into the movie. There's like several scenes where I see in the background. Again, this is like a town in I think the 1800s or whatever, or I think the 1700s before British, the end of British rule in America. And so it covers like early colonialism in America, the trade routes there, and these pirates, right, who are people who have been banished and have a problem with the British, whatever it is, like they are all criminals and what to do with them, right? And so there's going to be some spoiler alert, but I really aren't going to talk about the show as much. But I just want to say the things I want to talk about. Like it was the character development, and what I liked about the show aside is just like the pirate stuff always appeals to me for whatever reason. But the part of the show that I liked was that, in terms of the acting and the writing and the framing of these narratives, these characters give you insight. I mean, the depth of these characters, looking about what's inside of them, in their internal world and their motivation, right? And the show is gross, like it's like a pirating place, like it's just the pirates are gross and like in various ways, and it shows you the problem with not having any sort of government and having any sort of like having thugs and lore gangs like rule the wherever it is, and the both sides of the these there's these people who are enemies, pirates who are enemies that come together, and the various alliances, people who are on one side of the fight who switch to the other side, and the breaking of alliances, and the victories and defeat and all these things that happen. There's the riding high after a great victory, and then they suffer a horrific defeat. And both sides, the leadership of both sides, the way they use people, the sacrifice of human life in terms of trying to achieve their goals, right? And so in terms of my purposes here, there's two major storylines I want to talk about. And so the horrific battles they go through and all these people and all the deaths that happen and all the torture, I mean, just, absolutely brutal, right? And there's two TV shows I can think of that have the same level of quality and, that are, masterpieces on this level in terms of the quality of the TV show. And they're just like this show, Black Sails. They're shows I'll never watch again. Like in terms of the the quality of the show, I mean these things are artistic masterpieces, but I'll never watch again, and for the same reason, because the other shows are Succession, and Ozark, and like those shows, they don't have a happy ending, but they have a realistic ending, right? A dissatisfied, realistic ending. And they put the viewer through, you're basically kind of almost traumatized by the, graphic, gross nature of the, just raw human ambition and, bad behaviors and all the things it is, right? Like you're put through these ups and downs and just, I mean, hours of content, right? Hours of, just this, I mean, in the Ozark, this family, which was the guy was a money launderer, ends up, and they're just the worst people, and they become worse and worse, and the levels of that they'll stoop to achieve their goal, and they become a power family, like a power family of like one of these. They get a seat at the table, they become part of the club, but they do these horrible things even towards the very end, sacrificing like the most likable character in these things, right? And then with Succession, these three kids. I mean, they're like so selfish, and they turn on each other because they all want to succeed their father and being the CEO and the boss of this media empire. And the person who ends up being it is like the worst person and not a direct member of the family. And like it's just it's like icky. It's so gross, right? But this is all summed up in the Black Sails. This pirate who one of the main characters, who says when they reconcile what this ending is going to be for the movie or the TV show, and the ending is dissatisfying. At least for this character, it's kind of gross and like a woke ending for him, right? And he says this has all been for nothing. Like all the deaths, all the bad decisions, all the putting people in harm's way, deceiving the people that you're leading, and for your own ends and things like this, which is constantly done throughout. Total disregard for human life and just all of it, right? Because these people are obsessed and they can't give up their goals and their obsessions, right? And for him to say this has all been for nothing, it is all. You're watching these stressful type of battles and all this stuff, which I kind of recognized early on. I'm like, oh, this is a great show and it's its way, but it has a negative effect on my spiritual condition of these things, right? And it's about usurping the British government, which is going to happen anyway, right? In terms of the American Revolution, and they're on the cusp of that, and getting rid of the British rule. But it's about usurping all governments and having these people who are running it are horrible people. They do the same thing the governments do, right? They're in the same position, whether they're pirates or whoever it is, right? And all this stuff that they do is, it's all for nothing, which is kind of what human life is, right? It's just all for nothing. These goals that people have, your human goals. And I know this being, starting my spiritual path in 1993 and understanding that all this stuff that people think is so important in human life, all the things that you want to achieve, it's really meaningless. Like the planets changes and there'll be a time where human beings aren't even on here, and for a statue or some these people want to be famous people. In terms, some of the pirates are they want their their name to be among the greats, people around there. They want to all these things. They want to be a part of the they want their stories told. And part of it is how the narrative is going to be told, because we know what happens the way the victors always tell history, right? Whether they be described as villains and all these things. There's another great scene towards the end where this pirate, enters back into civilization, and a young girl who's been reading the newspapers about it. Like there's stuff that's like total truther stuff, and she's asking about him. She doesn't know who he is, but she's asking about these different pirates, and she mentions him, and she mentions his best friend, like the guy who was his mentor, and she describes his mentor as this bloodthirsty, horrible, just demon-like person. And he's like, that's not what he's like at all. And she said, well, I've been reading it in the papers. He said, well, put down the newspapers and read a book, because this isn't truth. And she mumbles under her breath, the truth is boring. Right? Like, so it's just this, there's a couple of sheeple things. And like this guy talks about people being sheep for money. One of the more truther type of characters, right? Like the classic kind of truthers, not the kind of truther I am, but the kind of truther that patriot type people are. But in terms of like just life in general, I've known this, that you get all obsessed with achieving things, and it's basically meaningless, because none of it really. I mean, most of it takes you backwards on a spiritual level. It forms deep impressions, and it makes you have to come back and realize that that's not the goal of life. People achieving power, people achieving, a position, whatever it is. Like it's these traps that people get into. And these shows are an example of that, because it's just a waste of time. Like it's like watching that show Lost, where they just, you know, they leave things unresolved, so you keep on watching. But at the end, there's no ending. Like the end of the Lost was so dissatisfying to people because they're just, the whole point of the show was to create these mysteries, and there was no answer to any of them. There's no there, right? There's no, this is the same thing with Trump and Kamala Harris and, all these things I cover here. There's no point to it. There's no resolution. There's no happily ever after. There's no, this is the end of that and we can just move on. There's no resolution to all these problems because the system itself, collapsing of the system itself is, not even a resolution, right? The resolution is when people realize these things aren't important. Politics aren't important, and achieving something in terms of your life, being rich and famous, leaving your mark on the world, whatever it might be. It's not the point. It's not why you're here. You're not here to. Your soul has another purpose for you. I recently told a story about Nara and Narayana. There are these two, like it's a soul and its ego, right? There's these cosmic functionaries that are documented by the Hindu religion. And like there are things in religions that are true, like not just for that religion, not just for the believers of that religion, but they're just true things, right? And that there are souls, there are, these godlike souls, divine beings, these cosmic functionaries. Like there's a soul that is in charge of the sun. There's a soul that's in charge of the weather. There's a soul energy and nature and these various, there's behind everything there's soul life, right? There's some kind of etheric energy and consciousness that manages these elements and death. Like there's a soul that's in charge of, anything that dies, right? It's there, like it's present. It's a consciousness that's there, right? And there are three elements to all of creation, all of, universal elements. There's, in terms of the Hindu system, the names given the soul energy is Brahma, the creator, right? There's something that's there in the presence of all creation. And then there's Shiva, the destroyer. There's the destruction element. And in between those periods of times, there is preservation, right? There is maintaining the creation until it's destroyed. And that, the name of that soul in the Hindu tradition is Vishnu, right? And Vishnu is Krishna. He's he incarnates as this soul incarnates on planet Earth. And it was Rama and Krishna, these two elements of the Hindu religion. But it's, more than just specified to this religion. It's something that's affected all of us, all of us human beings. And Krishna has, a friend named Arjuna, and they're both parts of Vishnu's spiritual essence. Arjuna is sort of the hero of the Mahabharata, and he's the best archer of the best, warrior of this type in the Pandavas, and these five brothers. And Krishna is Krishna, this divine being, and they incarnate together, and they often travel. So this is like, Krishna has, the Vishnu has an ego that's called Narayana, and it's called Nara, and has a soul that's called Narayana. And so there's times where they come back down to observe in spiritual form, these two elements. And Narayana is always explaining things to Nara. And so they were like in the desert, and Nara asks Narayana to explain Maya, which is a word for illusion, and that all life and all, what we experience in 3D reality is an illusion. This video game that we're in, right? Simulation. And so Narayana goes, well, I'll tell you, just go get me there's a stream over there. Can you get me some water? And so Nara goes to get him some water, and he sees that there's like a village, and he wanders over. There's like a farm, and there's a beautiful girl. Like he's just falls immediately in love with her, like a beautiful farmer's daughter. and the farmer really likes him. And before you know it, he's married to the girl, and he starts having a family. He's having this blissful life there, and they're living this farm, this like sort of oasis in the desert, and he's just like in heaven. And then it starts to rain, and it just floods. It's like these epic floods, flash floods, and all of his family dies. The farm is washed away, and he's just like sort of half dead. And the river takes him to the feet of the original stream where he's going to get the cup of water for Narayana, and Narayana's standing there, and he starts weeping. He's like, "I got married, and I had this family, and I was so much in love, and this is so beautiful. I'm so heartbroken. This is such a tragedy. All these things." And Narayana goes, "You only been gone for 3 minutes, and where's my cup of water? That was my illusion, right?" So, this idea that life on planet Earth can suck you in, but it's not why you're here. Like the drama, the structure, all the things that seem so important to you as a human being, and why there is a level of detachment. You're not supposed to run away from human life. Like you have these experiences, but a sense of detachment that they're not all that important. Like that they're just not why you're here. All the drama, all the things in your life. You raise kids, you have a job, you do all these things, but it's more or less sort of meaningless, right? Like you have a spiritual purpose. Like you're supposed to try to achieve what you're supposed to achieve. There's things that are there. You're supposed to do what you're supposed to do, but not with any sense that it has some, overwhelming importance. If things go, if you win, you lose, whatever happens, the outcome is not that important, right? In the Sajmark system, I was told directly by the third master of the system, who said this over and over again, that you do the work and you leave the results to God. Like you do whatever work is assigned to you, but the results are, the work is yours and the results are his. And it's a beautiful sentiment. And, when I remember to think about things that way, it makes it so much easier, especially here, like on this YouTube channel. Like I don't worry about the results. I do whatever is supposed to be here, whatever I'm supposed to say here. And the way people take it, the way it's, it's received, even the amount of views it gets, whatever it is, isn't important. Like I just got to make sure I do the best job that I can do and do my role and not worry about the outcome, right? The NFL just started its new season. And with every one of these major sports, every these major sport events, the Olympics, and, when basketball starts and hockey and baseball and football, how many champions, like how many Super Bowls are there going to be? Like what's different from this Super Bowl from the last? If you root for a team because you live in a city and all your friends and family root for the same team, the players come and go, the coaches come and go, the ownership changes, all these things change. And it's just, it's repetitive, right? It's rinse and repeat, right? It's just the same thing over and over again. Like it's just, another football season. And yeah, it's special for the city and the players, the one that ends up winning the Super Bowl, but it's easily forgotten. And then next year there'll be another one. It's just repeating the same life in and life out, the same behaviors, the same addictions, the same tragic flaws, the same, whatever. There's a presidential race, just the same thing. It doesn't change anything. The changes are, they're making this election sound like it's life or death, and the wrong person, depending on your point of view, wins or loses. Joe Biden said we're battling for the soul of the nation, but, Kamala Harris, it's about joy, like all these taglines and, talking points they have. It's meaningless. It's unimportant. It seems like such a big deal, but it's, it's not. America can come and go. The people on this country change. The government changes. I mean, if you have time-lapse photography for 100,000 years and everything changes, right? Just the people come and go. Like there's conquered, you're not conquered, all these things. It's all meaningless. It seems so important to you, but your soul, doesn't mean shit to your soul. Like it does. There's no purpose or point to it. You're just sitting there toiling over and over again, just, engaging these behaviors and wringing your hands and worrying and stressing out and, living these, lives of no real significance, right? This has all been for nothing. This is the thought that people have. At the end of their life, this has all been for nothing. So many people die, even spiritual people die, right? Father, why hast thou forsaken me? Jesus said this on the cross. You sent me down to help these motherfuckers, and they're tagging me, they're tacking me up to a cross and spitting on me, and yelling obscenities at me for trying to elevate their consciousness, and they're going to turn my religious teachings into my spiritual teachings into some hardened, corrupt religion and do so much damage in my name. Why did you do this? Why is this happening, right? All these people who come down and try to serve humanity and elevate them to a higher spiritual level, which is a real thing. Like, it's really, that is really important. That is the real reason we're here. And they die with this sense because human drama and human, it's the video game is the Matrix has a life of its own, right? And so in that, the show had this other narrative which was less important but was still there, that women are better leaders, that women should be. There was these women who were running things from the shadows. So some of them were out front, and this idea of women being being in charge and being able to manipulate men and get men to do their bidding, or just be married to powerful men, but they themselves are the deciders and they're guiding everything from a subordinate position or something, that the women are smarter, more crafty or whatever, the overseers. And it fails in the sense of this, because I don't know if women or men are better leaders. Like, I can't say. I've had women bosses, and I usually do better with female bosses. I had a couple of lesbians who were bosses when I worked at a treatment center, and they were good bosses. One was the manager of the cottage, the other was one of the supervisors. And the supervisor got the manager the job, but didn't want to become the manager. These were young women, in their 20s, so it's in a big position. But, I've had men bosses and women bosses, and, women, there's things that women just don't do well in terms of understanding, like hierarchies and certain things like that. There's things that women bosses fail at, but they're much easier to deal with in most cases. But then, if they go south and they become like really power hungry or whatever it is, then they're worse than men. But I don't know. I don't know about any of that kind of stuff. But what I do know is the feminist movement. I've talked about this before. This idea that motherhood has been devalued, right? There's a saying, it's if you search just a mom, and I found this out like 10 years ago in one of my earlier videos. If you search just a mom, it's this, especially with these modern feminist women, these, women who, you can't be just a mom. Your life isn't fulfilled. You also have to have a career, because being a mom isn't enough. And it's devalued motherhood, and it's a total man thing. It's a total misogynistic man thing, because men can't have babies, even though they're, putting this effort into having, men have babies, which is like, why? But there's a thing about that. They're trying to, make that, a situation in the future through, scientific manipulation and operations or whatever. All these things are going on. But men can't have babies, and men aren't built to be mothers. And being a mom is so much more important than being a CEO or being the president, right? Kamala is a perfect example of this. Kamala, you think she'll have more power and she'll have whatever it is, but she's not a good example of a healthy woman, psychologically or any other way. And, being a mom, you influence society. Mothers will be around forever. As long as there's people, you'll need moms, right? Even with artificial, whatever it is. These, artificial wombs or whatever, this kind of Brave New World type of model where there's no parents and there's no love and there's no, this is the way that nature set up the system, that there'd be a mother and a father. And it's just not for people. It's, for various animal species, right? And you have turtles that go lay eggs on a beach, and they disappear, and they ever see their, they never have any influence over their offspring, right? And that's, considered a higher level in a guru type of situation, where a person has the spiritual, flame lit in their heart, and the guru is not, a part of their lives. That's there's a way of looking at that positively. But in nature, the animal not being nurtured by its mother, right? You have all these mammals, the various, warm-blooded mammals that have babies they carry around in their wombs, mothers, and then they nurse the baby for so many years, and it's close to their heart. Some cases like kangaroos and some of these other animals where the animals actually, the baby's not even ready to leave the pouch for a while, right? Sometimes the babies don't even have the ability to see, puppies and some of these other animals, they're not fully, ready for life, right? Some of these other animals, like herd animals, they're born and they got to get up on their fucking feet that day, right? A baby deer, a baby cow, these herd animals, they better be up on their feet by the end of the day, right? They're born and they need to start to be able to run day 2 because shit's going to be trying to eat them, right? And, the herd animals aren't going to protect them. But either way, mothers are essential. CEOs and leaders of countries and, leaders of pirates and, whatever it might be, right? That's like a, temporary situation. It's part of a construct that human beings create where there are jobs and there's, work. These jobs, and no matter how important you think you are, you can be a billionaire or trillionaire. It's not something that's going to be there forever. The money itself is illusionary. The position is a temporary position. The power itself is, is not, it doesn't lead to anything, right? The power has no end to it. It's just something you have for a while. It's like a tool. You pick it up and, it goes away. The only thing that's more important than being a mom is being a spiritual person, finding your soul's path, which again, if you're a mom, it's part of it. Like your role as a mother is part of your spiritual journey, as is your role as a father, but it's less so. And women teach kids how to love. Women teach kids, they have such an influence over society. If you have a society of great moms that do a great job, then you have a society of wonderful kids who grow up to be great people and, natural people and, people who are on the right path and are spiritual and have an attitude of, have some sort of consciousness of divinity. And you have these societies where there's good moms and they're totally different. They're the best societies. And so this making motherhood, just a mom, making diminishing the role of the mother is such a dick move by men, and the feminists have fallen for it. And this is something silly, and it's a part of this show. It's a part of all these shows, right? All these movies and TV shows where women are now kicking ass, and what is it? Do you beat people up now, right? That's you've made it. You beat men up in movies, like who are much bigger than you and stronger than you, but you beat them up anyway because that's what the script says. And now you've made it. You're badass, and and yeah, you're a mom also, but that's not as important. But you can kick a man's ass, right? Like that's the goal, right? So it's just silly, stupid shit, right? It makes no sense. It diminishes one of the most, the most important societal role of a mother who teaches their kids how to love and all these other aspects, right? Because mothers have that already built inside of them. Women have that built inside of them. And also, in some senses, teaching men how to love, who don't have, it doesn't come naturally to them. Men have love in them, and that also then leads to your connection to God, your internal connection to God, and your true purpose. Anyway, so that's that. Let's get into the other stuff here. Okay, so there's a little bit more to the introduction. I want to talk about my time in the Virgin Islands. Hopefully I'll do that at the next introduction because it ties into what I was saying here. But I just want to add this. I've talked about, I made a video entitled The Simple Solution to the Problem of Humanity, right? And that video got so many less views. It's just an audio video. It's got almost 3,000 views, but it's okay, right? The previous video got 4,000. My videos have all of a sudden dropped below 5,000, but the one before that got 5,300, and the one before that got 7,600. But this video got half of that, or less than half of that, right? So some years ago, back when I could have more personal interactions with people, there was an older woman who used to be like a therapist or something, reached out to me because I was saying I was having problems with the energy coming off the computer. And she sent me some, I think it's called orgonite. It's, these things that people make with resin and, these other like little chips of something or other. that is supposed to absorb negative, like whatever, computer energy. I didn't find it effective. I don't know. I eventually either got used to it or coped somehow. But she lived in Hawaii and she worked as a counselor, and she had a number of, maybe she'd get 100 or so views on her videos. And I'm not sure the exchange had happened so many years ago. I don't know if I had a conversation with her or we exchanged messages. But she had a video that was about things that you could do to overcome abuse, and techniques and things that she knew was effective. And it got half the number of views that she normally would get. And she asked me about it, and I said, "Yeah, because you gave people a solution, and people want problems. I focus on the problems here, but I don't have a solution for those problems individually. I have a solution, which is connect to God within, and all those problems would disappear. We can't solve this problem of America." But people don't want to hear that shit, right? Because they're problem, drama focused. And that's the problem with humanity. People have been sucked into the illusion. They've been sucked into the Maya, the Matrix, and they like it. And they don't want to leave it. They just want to fix it, or they just want to, do these things over and over again. And they don't want any, part of anything that's going to help them liberate them from their problem here. And the fact that they're stuck here on planet Earth, they're trapped here, and their soul is, imprisoned in their bodies, and their soul had a different purpose for them coming here. People don't want it, and I can say that people who got it, who found Sage Marg, which is a system that helps people get liberated from this, many of them got liberated or reached the point of liberation and then fell. This also happened to Jesus and many other saints and higher developed spiritual people who reached a higher level, and they could have extricated themselves out of the human drama and graduated to something better, and they still get sucked back in, right? It's a real big problem here in planet Earth. And so whenever there's something that you say, or there's a message, you have to embed it in the problem itself, something I learned years ago. Once in a while, I just give the message for those people who can hear it, as some people can. And maybe people can hear it and understand it and like it, but can't act on it. And this is going back to what I was saying earlier about doing the work and leaving the results to God. Because if you don't, you just end up, you get obsessed with the people. That's what happened to Jesus. Jesus stopped thinking about God and started thinking about the people he was serving. Like his focus changed from God to the people, which is a very common mistake for spiritual people. They get these people and they feel obligated to help them, and the people ultimately turn on them and stab them in the back, or, do what they do, Judas them, or whatever happened to Jesus, right? Because that's what people do. And so you can only rely on God. Like, you can't take your eyes off of God, because people suck and people will always do these things, right? Until they won't, until there's an evolutionary movement here, or they're wiped from the face of the earth, right? Like, people will be removed from this planet and something else will be tried, because it's a failed experiment. We'll see. This version of human beings, these human beings that are we have short lifespans and these things, very limited, very attached to the drama and this type of fight or flight. The genetic manipulation that created this version of the human population that's here. There's higher developed souls that live longer and have better tendencies. But we have that in our system. We just won't recognize it, like we won't actualize it, and it's a real problem. And so just thought I would add that. Let's get into the other stuff here. And so there's a bunch of these now on YouTube. I watched a few of them. They're all kind of the same, but I just found them fascinating. People are using AI to create older trailers for popular TV shows and movies.
The Office, where work, humor, and camaraderie collide. First, meet Michael Scott, the affable yet clueless regional manager.
So they have these, they've used AI to create these, and it's kind of interesting. I want to talk about the whole thing. I'll show you a couple more here.
Welcome to Springfield, where the jokes are as abundant as the donuts and the residents are as quirky as they come. Meet Homer Simpson.
So they all follow this kind of pattern here.
Welcome to Isla Nublar, a hidden island where science has brought the impossible to life. Billionaire John Hammond has a dream to...
So, what was interesting to me about this is how different people look. Like just the whole, I mean, they had different kind of, they had this stuff called Panavision and, these different, when I grew up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and, the way film changed and the way the look of the movie stars and all these things, the look of the movies themselves. And seeing these, modern movies with, this type of trailers was interesting, but also, how much AI can generate this kind of content, right? It's a completely, I would take a person a lot of time to do this. And, AI, I mean, its ability to twist reality and do these things. And it's just in its infancy. People are just learning how to use it, and these, things will develop over time. And, all this stuff to do with deep fake. I'm watching a TV show with my wife, which I want to talk about maybe when we complete the show, that has to do with this, right? Deep fakes and the rest of it. But it's where are now creating these various matrix and realities and universes where human imagination has limited to what it can do, right? And like I watched like one of these, the next thing I started recommending, I watched more, and I'm like, there's thousands of these up there. Like I just keep on getting recommended all these videos like this. And like this type of video, and there's probably all these other things I don't even know about where people are using AI in this way. And it shows you what the internet's going to be like in the future. I mean, in terms as long as there's modern technology is available. So Kamala keeps on saying this here.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. What?
No, we don't know. Here's a compilation of it, right?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. What can 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 be unburdened by what has been. What we can see, what we believe can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What
Okay, so
can be unburdened by what has been. What
that's the best one with the mask. Okay, so what she's talking about is the past, right? And it might, have to do with like say slavery and abuse or whatever construct she's talking about, right? She can imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. The unburdened is like it's a horrible way to say something, right? She says it over and over again, like she's dropping something profound. And, it's said in a way where it isn't really clear. My best guess would be what she's trying to say here. And whenever you get into a situation where, people are really stupid. And they pander to stupid people, both her and Trump. Like that's what this is all about, pandering to the stupid people. And the Democrats have taken some of the Republicans' messaging on being the party of patriotism and freedom, and that they're the real patriots and they're the ones that really love America. Like this is their whole, just like they've stole so much from the truth community, both the right and the left have hijacked things from the truth community and tailored them to their binary, the left-right paradigm stuff that they push out there, right? But what she's saying is to forget the past, right? Forget the current state, and that you could move into and recreate and reimagine the current system, or whatever that means. But we are all burdened by what has been, right? And the Democrats are completely burdened by what has been. That's their whole, talking about colonization and, reparations, and talking about in terms of the African American community, but all of the stuff with all of their demographics, all of these demographics that make up the coalition of the Democratic Party. You're talking about women who are burdened by the oppression that they feel they've been subjected to by men, right? The feminist movement women being kept down and oppressed and abused by men, people of color being abused by, white people, whatever the construct, colonization, right? The LGBTQ being prejudiced against. They're all burned by what has been, right? They're all, burned by Trump. Trump trying to make America great again, like him coming in and trying to bring back these these times where these groups of people felt that they were, more oppressed and more marginalized, right? And so the Democratic Party is completely burdened by what has been, right? So they're trying to, I guess, her cackle, and they're pitching her as the joyful candidate who's unburdened by the past, and let's just forget about the past and make a future. And her party's not about that at all. But it's just a weird thing to say. Like, it falls flat, and she keeps on saying it over and over again. I showed you 35 seconds. There's 4 minutes left of her saying this thing. And, it's not connecting with people, right? Okay, so it's 12 o'clock, about to eat lunch here. It's Tuesday, September 10th. Tonight's the debate. So I'm going to edit all this today. I put the voiceover together that you listened to yesterday and all this stuff here on the 9th. And then I'm going to add the debate stuff later. But her saying being unburdened by what has been is what the Democrats are completely burdened by what has been, right? A lot of their policies and a lot of their demographics are obsessed with the wrongs that have been done to them or done to their groups of people in the past, right? The oppression, the marginalization, all these things, right? Successful people are able to put the past behind them as much as they can. Like, being obsessed with the past, unless it's helping you to be a better person, unless you're correcting yourself, but being obsessed with the past wrongs that others have done to you just kills your life, destroys your life. If you've been wronged by people, and everybody is at some point, and if your ancestors have been wronged by people, and you get obsessed with that, you're never going to your life is going to stop at that point, because your whole life becomes about getting back or revenge, or about seeing other people get, the justice they deserved, even ancestrally. And that's what the Democrats are all about. And it doesn't work because, you need to go and do whatever you need to do in your life, right? You have to you have to accept that everything comes from God, and whatever it is. I mean, that's the best way. And just say, I'm going to focus on creating my future and becoming what I need to become. And, either on the material level, it's the lowest level, or the spiritual level, which is the highest. But whatever it is, if you're able to do that and not get bogged down by the wrongs that have been done to you, especially ones that have been done generationally that have nothing to do with you, right? But some demographic that you belong to has been marginalized, and you're going to be obsessed with that. And you're never going to fix that, what happened in the past, and whatever's happening in the future, you're going to be bogged down with that, right? So for her to say unburdened by what has been, like, that's what the Democrats are all about. Like, they're totally burdened by what has been. Like, that's kind of could be their, the Democratic Party, burdened by what has been, right? I mean, it's a goofy way to say it. Like, no one would know what the F you're talking about. But that's Kamala. Just a side note, Kate Middleton dropped a video, which I'll be covering, I guess it will be posted on Friday. This is going to be posted on Wednesday. And Tyreek Hill, the the body cam footage from the cop, and it looks bad for the cops, just got posted. And I'll be covering that. Like, there's already stuff happening. I can't keep up with all the current events. Some of this stuff is getting delayed. But anyways, let's get back to this video here. What I'm saying is my next video, I'm going to feature that stuff. Like, it's just, like, stuff just accumulates because there's always something going on of significance.
I'm white, I'm a dude, and I'm for Harris.
Tens of thousands of self-proclaimed white dudes for Harris joined a Zoom call to rally support for her. And it even featured a cameo from the dude himself.
So they have this YouTube channel, White Dudes for Harris, right? And I don't know where the videos here are coming from, but that's that exists, right? There's the Zoom call. I guess these are all these people that were involved in the Zoom call. It's got no views. This one's got 600 views. This has got Tim Walz has got 1,600, but the rest are under 1,000, even the one with Jeff Bridges. And so White Dudes for Harris, I don't know if this, is an official. So this is all, as white dudes, we know full well that MAGA cynically preys on resentments. This moment of crisis is challenging us, but we won't let fear define who we are. and take us and our country down a dark path. And you can envision a future unburdened by what has been. Okay, so my wife just sent me a couple of memes. Kamala Harris says she smoked weed in college while she was listening to Tupac and Snoop. She graduated in 1986. Snoop's first album was in 1993. Tupac's was in 1991. Of course, she lies about shit like this. You know, this is what she does. But they all do. And there's another one here. Remember, a prostitute will tell you whatever you want to hear as long as you pay her. Well, that's every politician. Every politician. I mean, Joe Biden said it. He couldn't wait to prostitute himself.
And see, I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son. And so I had to go out.
I mean, they prostitute themselves. That's how politicians gain power. They have, their power, political power, and they sell it for, whatever it is, right? It's not, Trump does it. Trump's done it his whole life. That's what Trump does. I mean, he's a flim-flam man. He tells people what you want to hear, and certainly as a politician. They're all prostitutes, right? But then there's this here.
Grew up learning about, we called it ecology at the time. And so some of us who were born around that time know what I'm saying. And
yeah, why is that a laugh?
And we talked about it in the context of conservation. In fact, I'm going to share with you a very simple story, which is that I went home one day and I said, well, why are conservatives bad, Mommy? Because I thought we were supposed to conserve things. I couldn't reconcile it. Now I can.
Now I can. I want to talk about that. We'll get to this Trump thing in a second. Well, let's just watch this Trump thing here.
But importantly, the public understands this. That's why we have such a crowd today. This is a big crowd, They were trying to say that she gets big crowds. Number one, she doesn't. Number two, she buses the people in. You see the buses. There's nobody busting. I'm sorry to tell you. We bust in nobody. We have some.
Are you sorry to tell them? Are you sorry to tell us?
People from North Carolina. I think it's what is it? Those beautiful ladies from North Carolina are here again. Without their husbands, never have their husbands, those poor husbands. This is, what is this, 249 or something, 249, and we love them.
What about the front row Joes?
We're doing well in North Carolina. We left yesterday. We just got the endorsement of the biggest police group in the country, and 380,000 police. I said, how many police does our country have? But it's 380,000.
So why is he the only one with glass? I mean, this official story is this kid wasn't political and didn't have specific hatred of Trump and was researching Joe Biden events as well. So the official story is this kid could have went to a Joe Biden event. And so why is he the only one with glass, right? Like, he's got this protective, Trump in a fishbowl, fish boy in a fishbowl. But these other candidates have the same issues, right? I mean, the other candidates are, subject to the same threats. But anyways, what I was going to say here, going with the theme of the black sails that I talked about at the beginning, you're defined by your enemy, right? So there is an intimacy between enemies. Sometimes people will hate their enemy more than they'll love their spouse or their kids. Some people get so obsessed with their enemy, whatever it might be, their adversary, that they have, they think about their adversary more than they think about their loved ones and friends and positive people and positive things in their life, right? They just get obsessed with it. One way for me to look at my situation with YouTube is they've mistreated me and, the whole truth community. Like, they screwed us all over, and me personally. I've been a much better partner to them. What I bring to my videos every day, what I've done here as a YouTube partner, like, I've upheld my end, and YouTube has screwed me over. Like, I could just hate YouTube and every day come on and bash YouTube. And there's been so many things, community guideline strikes for something that was like a video I posted 4 years ago, but they decided to change their rules. And then, for political reasons and arbitrary reasons and, big pharma, their relationship with Pfizer, whatever it is. And these corporate media stuff, CNN and these, I guess Brian Stelter is back at CNN, his crappy show, all this stuff. Donnie O'Sullivan, all that kind of crap, right? Where they're anti-truther because they can't generate an audience on their own. And I could be mad at YouTube, and we could, as truthers, be mad at a country. I mean, so many things. I could be mad at my viewers, like I said earlier about the things that I have to offer here in terms of a solution are not received well or even wanted. These things. But I'm not, because I don't want to feel that way, and I don't want like negative relationships like that, right? I don't want YouTube to be that important to me that I'm obsessed with these negative thoughts and hateful thoughts and just wrecking my inner spiritual condition. And there's a connection when you meditate and focus on something that you hate. You draw it to you, and it defines you as a person, right? You're defined by your what you place your attention on. And when you're in an adversarial situation, your enemy defines you. And you, as much as they want to, paint everything like a good guy and a bad guy, if you have an enemy, you're very similar to that enemy, right? You have similar internal worlds despite your differences of beliefs and whatever the conflict's about. If you wake up every day hating on somebody and obsessed with them and wanting to, you become them, right? Like it's just what you become what you meditate on, right? Like if you have to defend yourself and you have to fight like so-called evil, you do it with a sense of working for God. That you're doing this for God. You're not doing it because you hate the evil. You're doing it because God's commanded you to do this. It's something you have to do. But you don't get focused on it like that, right? And so all these people the way the political system works, and they're so similar. Kamala is similar to Trump, and Trump was similar to Biden. They all have these things in common because they're the same people, the same prostitutes, they're the same, shills, they're the same, everything. And it's something for people to be aware of. Right? You want to focus on what you want to become. You want to look up at somebody or something that's higher than you, and think about that person or whatever it is, that standard all the time, so that you're reaching up, and you're what you think about, you become, right? You like have it just becomes your goal because you're concentrating. You're trying to emulate something that's higher than you. You're changing your character qualities and your behaviors and your internal world mostly to be a better version of yourself based in somebody who's reached that goal themselves, right? And that's, unfortunately, people just don't do that. People are obsessed with the lower. They want to look down and, ridicule and say all the, negative things that they say about people below them, right? And they get pulled down by those people. It's like those, that woman Jane Goodall and, was it Fossey? I don't know. The other woman, these two British women, one was obsessed with gorillas. The other was obsessed with chimpanzees, I believe. And you can, love animals and be around them, but if your focus is on animals, you're going to be pulled down to that level. You might pull the animals up to a higher level of consciousness, but you're being pulled down, right? You should always have, a standard, there's always somebody who's like the highest spiritual being on the planet. You find that person and at least somebody higher than you, if the highest one is whatever it is, right? Whatever the situation is, but you find somebody higher than you and you connect yourself so you get pulled up. Like that's the way it works for every, if you want to be a great athlete, you find people who's better than you and you compete with them, and you have to rise up to their level to compete with them, right? The same thing with anything else. That when you're around people who are on a higher level, whether it be academics or math, some sort of, science or math or something like this, you're around the most brilliant minds, and it pushes you to a higher level. But you're around dummies, and the TV is filled with dummies, remedial minds, remedial content, and people get sucked into it, and people love the lower stuff, right? It's like you're watching Cops all the time. Cops is funny for a little bit, but it starts to drag you down. And, the political system and the politicians are just that version of Cops, right? The show Cops. And I just want to say, Kamala Harris is probably the most unlikable candidate, and she wears on you. And the way that she laughs at things that aren't funny, and that laughs is so obnoxious. I mean, there's so many things to do with that, right? And it's hard to, experience or to have to experience her being happy if she wins the election. Like, that'll be brutal. And certainly for Republicans, it'll be horrible. But Trump just has to go. You know, the Trump presidency that you saw the last year with the COVID and the BLM riots, that'll be where Trump presidency starts off. It'll just degenerate from there. I mean, it'll be Civil War type stuff. You know, Tyreek Hill, the all-star receiver for one of the top players in the league for the Miami Dolphins, who's kind of a hyper guy if you've seen him, was pulled over by cops before the game and cuffed and slammed to the pavement. And, you know, it was right outside the stadium, the Dolphins stadium, the team he plays for. And, you know, I'm sure he was probably speeding, driving recklessly because he's a very wound up dude, right? There might have been a legitimate reason for him to be pulled over. But his teammates came and were questioning the treatment, and one of them was cuffed, right? And there were reporters there, and it's like a nightmare scenario for the police. And, you know, they use excessive force. You know, I covered this yesterday with whatever that term was, forfeiture, right? Asset forfeiture, where they can just steal your stuff, right, cops? And the wielding of power, and like this show I was just talking about, there's, you know, people gain power and they just, there's a darkness to it, right? And so, you know, all that stuff is just waiting to be, you know, the whole BLM stuff, the Antifa stuff, the riots that were there, the anti-Trump stuff, all that stuff is going to start right off the bat. You think they're going to put that away? If Trump wins, that stuff's coming around, or they're going to push the liberal agenda. And it's just going to be a nightmare, right? I mean, just to live through, you know, just the whole, it's going to affect everybody on some level, which most of these things actually don't. I mean, Trump just has to go away, and I think can be totally manipulated. You know, the way he was manipulated into Operation Warp Speed, he can be manipulated into grabbing guns and, you know, all these asset forfeiture, any of these things I showed you in the video, last video. Like, he'll do all these things. Like, he's just that guy, right? He'll just say, I'm going to do it faster and better than everyone else. And he'll just do it because he doesn't understand his followers or the dogma that's there or any of it. He doesn't listen, he doesn't learn, he doesn't try to evolve, and he's going senile himself, and that's going to be self-evident. The guy just needs to go away. Whatever that happens, it'll be better without him. Okay, I haven't watched this yet. One of my friends sent me this Dougie Fresh.
We get up there, and we just do this big bro bear hug, and
A bear hug, huh? A couple of bears hugging? You were hugging a bear? What is it? You know, the kind of bear that I'm talking about here.
cannot tell you how many texts I got from my
You know, the twink and the bear.
actual friends and actual family members like, you never hugged me like that. What's going on? You literally just met this guy.
Did you hit him on the back? Did you hit him on the back to preserve your heteronormativity? Did you give him the back pat?
No, if you see the video, we just did this full on, and I think, you know, he was like this, I was like this, and then it was just this bro hug, and I heard from a lot of
what? They cut it off here. A lot of friends, family members, twinks and bears. Like, what did you hear from? And then there's this with The Rock.
Whether you love Donald or don't love Donald, it doesn't matter. They tried to assassinate him.
Yeah, they did, Rock. You know about these things.
There's no room for that.
Woo!
And
woo! There's no room for that kind of stuff.
Despite it being who we were in that moment, I still believe in my core that is not who we are as a country. So, him standing up in that moment, you wanted to see that.
Okay, so let's go back to what we originally say here. Tried to assassinate him. Who did? Like some kid? You know, what was it, right? You believe in the official story? So I called this a WWE event. Like when I first saw it. Like the moment I saw it, I'm like, oh, this looks like some WWD. I had no idea that Trump had done, you know, these Vince McMahon things. You know, Vince McMahon has a new Netflix documentary called Mr. McMahon. And they feature that moment with Trump slapping him, right? I had no idea that existed. And I didn't know he was going to have Hulk Hogan at all these things that happened later. Now Rock is another tie to this, right? It was totally WWE, and this guy knows, like, how fake it was, how manufactured, how lowbrow, how, you know, stupid it was, how bogusly patriotic it was. I mean, it's just a goof. Like, it's so goofy, the fake blood, the whole thing, right? And then this guy, just more WWE connection. Okay, so I'm getting these Forbes videos recommended to me because I watched a bunch of Trump ones in my last video. But he says this here.
I said what I'll say. I'll repeat what I said to him and what I said to the audience there in Mesa. Look, we need every single person in this race to get out there and vote 10 times.
What? Like, it's not, it's a joke, but like that's what Trump has been accusing the other side of doing, right? Like, so, well, that's a left. You can only vote once, right? One person, one vote. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's just stupid shit that they say, right? But here is, he's asked about Project 2025.
What are we hearing out there, ma'am?
Project 2025.
They're flipping the script.
Right.
Yeah.
I say, look it up, fact check, because it's not associated with Trump-based policies.
That's right.
However, Kamala has that ad out there every single day.
Okay.
Yeah, they're running it all the time. Trump talks about that in
Yeah.
debate.
Okay, I appreciate that, ma'am. So the point that she made is she's hearing a lot from voters about Project
Like, what's wrong with the dude's eyes, right?
2025, and of course Kamala Harris is running dishonest TV advertisements because Kamala Harris is a dishonest person who doesn't have a record to run on. Think about this, she cannot run on lowering the price of groceries or housing because her policies led to grocery and housing getting more expensive. She can't run on shutting down the southern border because she opened the southern border. What she can run on is a pack of lies, and that's
Pack of lies.
exactly what she's doing. So when you're talking to people, just remind them, look, trust me, I know from experience, nobody speaks for Donald J. Trump except for Donald J. Trump, right?
Woo!
I think that's a story that a lot of people believe because they see it every single day. Can you imagine somebody with a 900-page policy document pretending they speak for Donald Trump? He's pissed off about it. He doesn't like anybody speaking for him, and that is the fact. So when we
So come out and denounce it like he didn't do the first time. Come out and denounce it and say this is a piece of crap. Go out and say burn it in front of everybody. This has nothing to do with me. There's a psychological operation they've put out that's hurting me because it's stupid. The people who put this out can't be Trumpers. And they're doing interviews. They're doing I showed you these YouTube videos. They're training people how to get a federal job because they're making it like it's about recruiting you to be a part of the Trump administration in some cozy, some high-level government job. Like, it's stupid. He hasn't even won the election yet, and they're putting this stuff out there, and it's hurting Trump. So, denounce it and call it what it is. It's like the intelligence community is putting it out there to screw you over. Or, it's part of the script or whatever, right? Denounce the crap out of it. Don't blame Kamala for it. Blame the people who put it out, because the people who put it out are the ones that are screwing you. They're handing this thing to Kamala and the people. And, people are stupid and they're going to believe whatever. And you're stupid. And just denounce the crap out of it. Denounce the very people that put it out. Say this guy's not a Republican, he's a piece of shit. Whatever it is. But they won't do that. Like, don't talk about Kamala. Kamala didn't write the document. It's supposed to be one of your friends that wrote this bogus document that makes no sense at all. And it can only hurt Trump. The people who would like the document are already Trumpers and going to vote for him.
we go out there and talk to people, just say, look, Donald Trump will set the Trump 47 agenda. Donald Trump will set the January 20th, 2025 agenda. No one else will do it. Don't believe the lies. Believe what you see. And what do we see out there? We see rising prices. We see a
You name the organization that does it. Name the people who put it out. Name the guy who's in charge of this thing. And condemn the shit out of it. Say this guy's a piece of shit. He's not a Republican. He's a shill for the Democrats. Like, just slam him. Instead of slamming Kamala, right? This is, then it makes it less believable if you won't name names and carry a big stick and slap the shit out of the guy, because he screwed you over, right? There's another one of these videos with Trump in the glass, the boy in the plastic bubble.
States being able to take minor children and perform sex change operation, take them away from their parents, perform sex change operation, and send them back home. Can you imagine you're a parent and your son leaves the house and you say, Jimmy, I love you so much. Go have a good day in school.
Jimmy. Jimmy.
And your son comes back with a brutal operation. Can you even imagine this? What the hell is wrong with our country? Her running mate, Tampon Tim.
Tampon.
Did you see he signed a bill where tampons will be in every boy's bathroom?
He didn't talk about this stuff in 2016 when it mattered. He didn't push back against this at all when it was being rolled out when he was president. He didn't demonstrate, he didn't say anything about this, right? Didn't, make one speech about it, didn't do anything to, to push back about it. And even if he did, it would have been ineffective. But that's not why he didn't do it. And now he's doing it, it works for him politically. But they did it because of the outrage. The liberal agenda was pushed through because of Trump. They had Trump as the ultimate enemy and a villain and a monster, and they were able to push their agenda because of the hatred of Trump, right? And people accepted it because everyone was focused on Trump, and he, led into that, right? He didn't fight back against it. He didn't organize anything about it, and now he's talking about it after he created it, like he was the catalyst.
Isn't that nice?
Woo!
And he's a whack job. They have a standard phrase that JD, who's very solid, and I happen to be very solid. I have other problems, perhaps, but I'm a very solid person.
He's pretty solid. This guy's solid.
But JD's solid. I'm solid.
A couple of solid guys, go to the sauna and they sit next to each other, naked with no towels on, and pat each other on the back, give each other bro hugs.
That this was just a soundbite. They gave it to all the fake news. The fake news, they're weird. No, he's weird. He is really weird. This guy. Can you imagine? I'm weird. It's just, they do sound bites. And they gave one the other day, manufactured. The vote was manufactured. It's not a term that's used politically. Every network headed up something about the vote was manufactured. They follow the lead of these people, but we've got the lead. You know what? We've got the people. We got to stop the cheating. If we stop that...
Stop the cheating. Okay, so that's Trump. Trying to reverse the weird thing, but he didn't really do a good job. We called him a whack job. This is a great moment. Some cool videos people sent me here.
Who's that? Who's that?
A puppy and a baby. You can't get better than that. Speaking of manly men here is, let's start over here. Here's Jaden Smith being manly with Justin Bieber. I don't know. There he goes. Justin Bieber is a very small dude. Saying something here. Can't hear him. So, I don't know what the hell that was. Somebody sent it to me, so I said, pass it. I'm just paying it forward.
Democrat women don't trust Trump because they think he slept with a side chick. So they're going to demonstrate how much they hate him by voting for an actual side chick.
Well, yes, she was a side chick. Kamala Harris, kind of, I don't know what the official story is, that the guy Brown, the Mayor Brown, left his wife before they, whatever. But that's not why they don't trust Trump. Like, there's a lot of other reasons, right? Like, you're making it sound like liberal women, that's the only reason they don't like Trump. There's a whole list of things. Many of these things are, legitimate things that Trump has said or done. So I'm editing again. I'm in the editing process. And so the worst thing you can do in these kind of circumstances is delegitimize other people's anger when their anger is justified. Like, as truthers, you don't like it when people dismiss what we believe, right? And as Republicans and Trumpers, you don't like it when the liberals dismiss your point of view and they minimize your whatever you believe in, right? And they laugh off the things that they've done to hurt you or that make you pissed off or whatever, right? It's the same thing with Trump. Like if you're a Trumper, you have to see that Trump has done things to provoke the left. He has done things and said things that make the left and drive the left crazy, just as much as Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, and Kamala Harris and all the other people you hate have said things that go against your belief system and piss you off. Like when you get mad at these people, when you get mad at the mainstream media, and then they mock you for your anger or talk about how crazy you are, this gaslighting like behavior is, it's makes it worse, right? It makes it much worse. And so lying about what you do, that pisses people off. Like, when I slam some of my commenters, right, it's because they're wrong. Like they're just out and out wrong. They might not be wrong about everything, but the stuff that I'm slamming about is they're just wrong. They have a warped sense of reality. But I understand why people don't like me because I've lived and met and experienced my family members, right? I lived with my dad and I lived with my brother and I, interacted with all my family members. And I think I'm a better version of them, a more reasonable version, a more likable version maybe. My brother's pretty likable, but he's, I can only deal with him in short doses. I can only spend time with him in short doses. And my family. And probably if there was a person just like me out there in the world, I could probably hang out with that person for an hour or so. Let's say there was a clone of me that was pretty much identical to me. I can only hang out with that person, that clone, for maybe an hour or two at a time, right? And then, it would just deteriorate the relationship. So I understand why people don't like me. I can understand, how I come across to people. It's not a mystery to me. Like the people who don't like me, it's more of a mystery to me why people do, although I kind of understand that as well, right? So I understand why people find it hard to listen to me because of, my life experience with my family and the things that I didn't like about them are things that I have in me, right? Things that I also have these same qualities. So if people unsubscribe and say, you're not for me, that makes total sense to me. I'm not like, oh, wow, that's really hurtful. I'm so perfect. Why, I don't have those delusional thinking about myself. Why doesn't everybody like me? I know why people don't like me, right? And I know what the kind of things that I would do or say or whatever that, have hurt people's feelings or, like in terms of my personal life, especially in the past, right? I've corrected some of those things. I've realized, things that I did or the way I was and my attitude and things. It was hard to be around, right? And so you should be aware of that. And if you can't see why liberals hate Trump and why the media hates Trump and why all these people hate Trump, then you're delusional. You're in complete denial of the kind of person Trump is. Like Trump pisses people off. And so if you can't understand the opposition, your opponent, these people that are out there, like kind of a theme of this early part of this video, if you can't understand their point of view, then really, you're not living a good human life. You should be able to understand what their worldview is and how they see it, right? Like you can be with somebody, let's say you have a girlfriend or a boyfriend or husband or spouse, or husband or wife, and they have been cheated on and they have trust issues and they're really jealous. And they start making up things, accusing you of things that you're not doing. And that sucks. Like, and they're just being crazy. Like it has nothing to do with you. And, you're better off just getting out of that situation because they're just always going to warp reality. They have this inner need to see the world in a certain way. And everybody has that. People are always, the people on the left are always going to see Republicans as evil, and they're going to warp their reality and their lens in which they see the world to see them as evil. Like people who are that extreme, people on the right the same way. They're unreasonably, they're purposely distorting reality to fit their emotional state, their feelings, their, what's inside of them. And that's, unhealthy. Those people are, you can't do anything with them because they're willfully distorting reality. Like they're willfully changing what's going on in the world to suit their views, their personal beliefs and views. And those people just start bringing everybody else down, right? They're not seeking any sort of common ground or trying to look for, some reasonable explanation. They just want to see the other side is evil, and their side is good, and all those people are just they're the problem, right? Those people are always, and the people who pander to those people are even worse. The people who exacerbate the situation, which these politicians and these media and the media does, and things like this, they're all that's what the truth community is supposed to be about, is finding some common ground and truth of the distorted reality that pervades our society. So let's get back into it here. Here's a great meme here. Monica Lewinsky, hot Tua. They're still going. The whole Ray Gunn and hot Tua girl are still going strong. So this is Tim Walsh and Richard Simmons. So they're doing the safety dance song here. Look at them. Very similar. One of these guys is a gay exercise guru, and the other one is Richard Simmons. This is great. So, Tim Walsh, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so the audio is bad on this thing, so I'm just going to tell you what happened. So this guy went and he was in British Columbia in Canada. And he was outside a mall, and he saw a homeless guy, and he gave him some change. And the guy was actually an undercover cop who was giving out tickets to people giving homeless people change. So he had the $3 he gave the homeless guy, and he got like a $180 ticket, something like that. For, just what is going on, right?
That's called a bird grasshopper. Here he is. These grasshoppers, I'm going to let them.
So he's an actual naturalist. Like Bobby Kennedy's weird, but he loves nature. He's trained birds, he's trained a falconer. He does these things. Fished. He's got all this stuff with the environment, like real environmentalists. Like that was what he started off as. And that would be enough for me to, like, I'm not ever going to vote again, but I would consider voting for him if he was just the environmental stuff alone. Because, people are, it's hard to bet on people now. It's hard to feel good about saving people and saving humanity just the way people are, all of us. We're a failed experiment, failed species. But, at least we can minimize the damage we're doing to the rest of the planet, the animals and plants and all the environment. We don't have to take it down with us, right? And he has real environmental stuff, and he's won real environmental lawsuits, and he's got great stories about it. And that would be enough for me. Like, I'm not a political person in terms of all these things. Just if he was that. But then he comes out and he goes on that, that interview with that rabbi who's the worst rabbi, Rabbi Shmuley, who's, daughter. And like, he sucks worse. It's not his daughter that's bad. He sucks. But his daughter sells kosher dildos, just as an example. The guy's such a scumbag. And he blasts the Palestinian people who are clearly being abused. It's a genocide. In a way that makes it like impossible to like the guy, right?
Of Osabuco, and I almost killed him. I had polished the floors in the kitchen because, well, Tony.
Who's this little dude?
Benedetto, that's his full last name. Tony Bennett's coming to dinner. I have to make sure the floors are perfect and the house is clean and everything is just amazing. I might have gone a little overboard with the floors because when I pulled out the chair for Tony to sit down for his starter snacks and aperitivo, the chair slid out.
Bro. Things are going south fast, bro. What happened, bro? Okay, so ABC failed. ABC epically failed. And these guys were horrible. They're just so stiff. I haven't seen these two people. I know who they are. But they did a bad job. But this was the awkward moment. This is what I knew Kamala Harris. When my wife said she had seen a tweet that someone said Kamala's nervous because we started watching this. I taped it around 9:30, and and I was like, I bet she is because she doesn't have any real experience.
From the candidates to the stage, Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
These people are just so fake. They're not like real people. Like they're worse than CNN or MSNBC's fake news people. So here it is, this awkward moment. Now, she's heading right for him. They decide to do this, right? Because she wants to show that she's the one who is able to be positive and be joyful, and he's the one who wants to name call. But she degrades into name calling at the end of the debate. Like when she relaxed, she was the one taking the bait. She was the one name calling, right? Like Donald Trump did his thing, which is, you can't not be Trump, right? He's Trump. But she wanted to show like she was cordial. They've never met before. She heads right for him. And he's like, what? He's like, look confused here.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Have fun.
Thank you.
She was nervous. Like that was Kamala Harris? Have a good debate. And she wanted to show she was the one who could, this whole idea that Biden and Trump were at each other. They hated each other. She wanted to show that she wasn't about that, right? But the issue here is neither she or Joe Biden have talked to Putin in 2 years. And Trump has made, a valid point that you need to be able to talk to your enemies. You need to be able to negotiate with them. People that you're supposed to, like he saw Kim Jong-il and all these people, right? Like he's done that. That was one of the things you could credit Trump, that he would talk to these people who, that the Biden administration is just ignoring. You have to talk to people. And she's the one that's saying she wants to put these name-calling evil politics and being negative behind America, which is a great, something to run on because everyone wants to move on from Biden and Trump, right? There was 70% of the people said they didn't want to see Biden and Trump run against each other. And so at least she's a new face. And she didn't deliver, right? So let's get into it here. An honor. Boom. She's not opportunity to come. She's really tight and nervous, right? It's not like...
Because here's the thing. We know that
What's the thing? What's the thing, Kamala?
have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young...
Like she's stumbling on her words, right? She is not in the flow. And Trump is subdued. Like I was like, oh man, he's much more subdued than I thought he was going to be.
Families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner.
Boom, small business owner. She has it. Like she's defining herself to the American people. That's what she's passionate about.
Love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start-up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy.
She has a backbone like a ramrod, according to Joe Biden. Remember? So my wife, we stopped and she was like, that would be a good thing, right? I mean, that would be a good thing if they would give $50,000 for people to start up small businesses. It's not going to happen, though. Like, and Trump's things that he's going to say, there's just a lot of false promises of things that can't be done. There's no money. I mean, it's just, they're not letting out how bad it is. And at some point, they're going to have to allow things to be as bad as they are. Inflation is much worse than they're acknowledging, and it's going to become much worse as time goes on. They're artificially, I mean, this is with them artificially propping up the economy, which is always artificially propped up because it's debt, right? But then at the end is where she has like her first gaffe here.
My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
But what was that? What the fuck was that? The backs of middle class, and then she hands it over. So she had a Biden-like gaffe. Look at her face. She just completely. That was her big line there. She meant to say on the backs of American people, but she said, "Let's watch that again here."
Policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
The backs, people's backs going to be paying for the tax cuts, like just an epic gaffe right there, right? Just bad on her, just completely bad. She's not senile. She doesn't have dementia. Like Trump is old, and that's a legitimate concern. And Biden was old, and the problem for her is Biden had shown signs of dementia in 2019, and she acknowledged it when she was laughing at him on the debate stage a couple of times, right? Like she knew he was gone. But when he made her vice president, she forgot all those things. She pretended that he was lucid, pretended he was rocking it, right? And she did that all the way past when the American people were already saying they saw that he had dementia, which Trump kind of brings up, but not in a good way. Like he didn't deliver there. But she has no excuse for making these gaffes. And to say that the backs of the American people are going to pay for, and just butcher that. She butchered it. It didn't make any sense at all. It's some of Kamala's word salad. And she's clearly nervous, which isn't a good look for her because she was supposed to look presidential. They wanted to make her look presidential. That's the big, the big task for any challenger. And she's a challenger because she's the incumbent vice president who really didn't do anything as vice president. She has nothing to run on. And so she's supposed to show she can be president. Trump was president. And so he's already accomplished that, whether you think he did a good job or not. And he's much more relaxed in his element.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars.
So him saying that he has no sales tax completely sabotages her point, right? Because she's saying he has a sales tax and he doesn't. I mean, at least that's what he says. And we don't know what he's going to do, which is something I want to talk about as we go through this. We don't know what she's going to do either, but like him, even more so. But like her delivery was, she came out shook and like nervous. You could just touching her face here.
As you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because it was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before.
Look at her frickin' face here. Look at her. Like she doesn't know what to do. She's trying to look at him like, oh my God, can you believe this MNFer? Look at him. I can't believe him, right? It's not working. And so the majority of American people who haven't decided yet don't know anything about her really. And this isn't a good look. Whatever honeymoon she has should have ended here. And I don't know how the American people are going to react to this. I don't know what what they're saying the poll numbers are. But her looking at him like this, and it gets worse. she's going to laugh and smirk. She's going to talk while he's talking. She's going to interrupt him, and he's going to call her on it like she did with Kavanaugh, and then bring that up. And like that was a staged moment, but like she led right into it. She doesn't look presidential. Like she looks like, some like she's in high school or something, like some kind of, like as if, right? She's like as if.
Probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were.
Like, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true, you guys. It's not true. She shouldn't be doing this. Like, I don't know what happened. And like I don't know why this is happening, whether her team said this was a good idea, but this is what she wanted Trump to do. She wanted Trump to be, like she's, this is, Trump talking in between the questions, and Trump doesn't do it. Like he's calm and subdued, which is, I don't know if they drugged him or I don't know how, he's just over it, but like he's, all the rants and things he goes on a little bit here. He does some things where he gets into it, where he like kind of loses focus, but it's later in the debate, and she's coming out, that's not true, and then her fake smile.
Just a few years ago, this has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have
the American people know the economy sucks. They know that Biden and Harris administration has a bad economy, and it isn't completely their fault. I mean, a lot of it isn't their fault, just like his bad economy wasn't his fault. We have a bad economy, right? And it's, it's just one of those things that inevitably is going to happen when you have so much debt and, all the problems, right? And tariffs isn't going to solve it. Trump's tariffs are goofy. Like his tariffs that's complete bullshit, right? Like his tariffs are just going to drive prices up more, which they're going to get into here. But, he doesn't have a solution, but neither does she. But what she was supposed to do is make herself look presidential, and she doesn't. Like she's just like this looks that she has. She's very off-putting and annoying, and people who are undecided don't know yet. Like they don't know how off-putting and annoying she is, but they're getting a dose of it. Like this is, where you start seeing somebody she's defining herself as being unlikable.
millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums.
Look at that look she just gave. Are you serious? Like, Donald, like, this is not a good look, right? For her, maybe the people who like her or hate Donald Trump, this is working for them, but they're already voting for her, right? So this is not a good look for her.
Coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You can't believe she just said that.
And also unions.
But people are saying that. Like, people who are African American and Hispanic and union people and other people are saying that their jobs are being stolen by immigrants, right? Like, that's something they believe. Like, she can say whatever she wants with her face. And it isn't the immigration problem. I don't think he's going to fix it. And I don't think he's going to care about fixing it, which we'll get into, right? We'll go farther onto the, into the debate here. But, like what he's going to do and what she's going to do, neither one is telling the truth. Like they're just lying and pandering. And, so this is like just a bullshit fest, right?
Going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in.
Okay, so I was contacted by one of my longtime viewers. I hadn't heard about Aurora. I heard about Springfield College, Springfield, Ohio. And I had heard about this thing in Aurora. And it's right-wing propaganda. I don't know how much is true or isn't. And that's the problem. Because Trump and his people lie, and the Republicans have been doing this for years. It's a story that's breaking right before the debate. But I don't believe that Trump is going to fix the immigration problem. See, what you don't know about Trump is, what is he going to do that he doesn't have to be elected again, right? He doesn't have to answer to his supporters ever again. Because Trump is, a lame duck president on day one. He can't run for president again, and he doesn't, he won't be able to just based on age and things. And he has this blank check of the Supreme Court saying, you can do anything and not be prosecuted for it. And so you can't count on Trump to deliver on anything because he's no longer beholden to Trumpers. And, I mean, he likes the enthusiasm and the love and things, but, he didn't get a lot of things done. He didn't get pretty much anything done when he was his first term. His second term will be worse because he doesn't have to do anything. Like, he doesn't have to fix immigration. He has, he can say he fixed it. He can do a few superficial things, but he's using it as a weapon. And these stories are, coming out seem to be exaggerated, but you can't see one way or another. Like, you'd have to know people in Springfield, Ohio, and there'd have to be actual, like, local news footage of people camping out on lawns and eating pets, right? Because the officials there, the town managers, say it didn't happen, which ABC is going to point out almost immediately. And so, you want to believe it because you think Kamala Harris is evil, and it sounds like something that's, it's just all this fear mongering. Like, until I see things like this, why aren't the police doing things about it in these small towns? Small towns are, they're not beholden to the federal government in a way where they're just going to let immigrants come in and intimidate their citizens, right? So when you're talking about suburbs and you're talking about, people's lawns, like what they're saying is these immigrants, Haitian immigrants, are outside pitching tents and sleeping on people's lawns. And when you come out, they threaten you, right? Well, there's there's a breakdown, the complete breakdown of local police. And so, the Republicans are going to put out whatever kind of disinformation before the debate. And they've been doing it for years. And the Democrats are just lie about everything. And the Republicans, they started these kind of things. And so to buy into it and just accept that it's, like, this is a problem with truthers who are buying into these stories. The thing in Aurora where these people have taken these, Venezuelans have taken over, Venezuelan gangs have taken over an apartment building, and then people eating pets, the immigrants, Haitian immigrants eating pets and things, is, if the local police aren't doing anything, there should be local media covering this, right? And there should be, again, you can see anything on the internet, people can say anything, and you can't believe them. Like, you just can't, especially when there's a debate happening that night. But this is the idea that Trump is going to fix immigration. And he didn't do it the first time, and he doesn't have to do it this time. Like, he's made promises. Like he said to you, Trumpers, he was saying lock her up. And one of his best lines from Hillary Clinton debate, the second debate, was he said, you'd be in jail if I was president. And he nailed her. It was a great moment. Now, I'd show you that, but it's so long, this debate thing. But, we know it. We've seen it. But Trump, immediately after the election, said, well, that played well when the crowd was yelling, lock her up. He said, that played well before the election. Now we don't care. And, that's him being honest about what politicians are and what they promise and can't deliver on. And Trump is a salesman. He'll promise anything. But I don't think he's going to fix immigration. I don't know if it can be fixed, and I don't know if he'd be allowed to fix it. And so it's definitely got worse under Biden, but that doesn't mean that Trump's going to fix it, and it can fix it, right? And so just because you think these things are happening, if they are happening, then there's a loss of control of local police and people who are armed, that we're being invaded, right? That there's immigrants invading local towns in the middle of America. Ohio's like the center of America, right? When it's positioned, it's not even close to a border. And they're invading these towns, and people can't do shit about it. That's what they're saying. Well, then there's then it's already apocalyptic, right? It's already apocalyptic. It's completely broken down. And so to me, it's, when I see it, I'll believe it. Like, when I actually see these things happening across America. And then what are Americans going to do? What are armed Americans going to do if the police don't respond to immigrants coming over and taking over their neighborhoods? Immigrant gangs, right?
Violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country, I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century.
See, Kamala Harris this is where she lost her presidential bid in 2020, when people had to pay attention to her and she debated. This is why they've been hiding her. She's just not likable. It's the way she talks, it's her mannerisms, it's her facial expressions. Like, she's just off-putting. She just can't connect with people. People don't like Kamala, right? So, we'll see what happens with the American people, that we're undecided. Now they have a big dose of Kamala. That's not the DNC, because she isn't doing interviews either. They're hiding her away, not because she's senile, because people just can't connect with her when she talks, right? And, they hate Trump so much. I mean, we'll see what happens. And I think now I'm leaning towards Trump going away. Like, that would just be better for everybody. I think this Trump is tired, and that's working in her favor, because lots of people feel that way. Like, people just want to see Trump go away. The die-hard Trump supporters, he's not going to do what he promises. He's not going to save America, neither is she. So, like, if he's not going to do what he promises, it'd be nice to turn the page on not just about what Trump is, but what the media is about Trump, and just the whole thing, right? Him whining, the media whining, everybody whining. Like, it's just, time to move on.
Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we...
See, people don't feel that way. Like, and they don't maybe feel the way about Trump's thing on immigration. It's about what Americans think and feel about these issues, because they're exaggerating what's happening here. Like, people don't feel about that big event in 2000 and the big event, January of 2020. Like, they don't think that way. Like, most 2021, they don't think that way, right? So
we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes.
Later on, she's going to say, you're not writing against Joe Biden, but like, she's bragging about what he did and she did. So she's continuing his policies, which American people don't believe in, because they didn't believe in Joe Biden. They didn't believe in their pocketbooks being able to pay for, 1/3 to twice as much for groceries, right?
Of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all, in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling.
And he doesn't do that. Like, this is what they want him to do. She ends up doing more name calling. And I don't know how much the American people are going to like. So she's setting the tone, thinking that Donald Trump's going to be like he was in the past. But his facial expressions, he's relatively calm. He's not trying to talk over her. And he didn't do it. She did it more than he did. All the things they want Trump to do, she did more of. And I just looked at I just ate breakfast, and I looked at CNN and MSNBC, and they're both claiming that she killed them in the debate. Of course, Morning Joe. But, like, it's, the gaslighting the American people. There's one poll out there that CNN had a flash poll, and, like a miracle of all miracles, CNN flash poll said they think Kamala Harris outperformed Trump. Is silly, because she didn't do that, right? She's being Kamala Harris, and people are getting a dose of her, and when they do, they don't like her.
What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again.
So they don't fact check this, and he's going to flat out deny it in a good way, which finally did. He messed it up a little bit. I'll show you that. It's coming up in a second. But the ABC moderators are going to fact check Trump, but that's a conspiracy theory. There's no connection between Trump and Project 2025. There's some people who worked on the project that have some slight connection to Trump, but saying that it's his plan is inaccurate. And only a moron would put out a plan like this that the other side could run against I mean, it's not helping Trump. The people who are putting out the plan probably are either Kamala Harris shills or the FBI or something like this. They're trying to sabotage Trump. I don't even understand it. It's just a stupid thing to do. Like, it was a really stupid thing to do. But he's going to deny all these things, and they don't call this a conspiracy theory because it isn't proven factually, right, that Trump has anything to do with 2025.
I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it.
That look that she gave, like, it's an annoying look. You know, these are things where there's expressions that people don't like. You know, there's things that they see when they look at a person, and she does a lot of those expressions, right?
I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it.
See, like that right there. Like, he read it. He just read it. Like, that's a conspiracy theory. There's no proof that he read the thing.
This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference.
They're all bad. And it's a horrible thing, right? Him denying it was good on his part, but he should have denied it harder. But even with that, like, her expressions here are not good. Like, this does not a good look for her. I mean, in terms of, you know, just people connecting with somebody. They wanted Trump to do that. They want Trump to be all exasperated, and he's not. He's calm when she's talking. He seems almost detached, and he's very calm in his responses. And this is the big part of the debate, the beginning part of the debate, when she's hoping that he gets, he gets triggered, he gets unhinged, and he does a little bit, towards the middle and the end, but not like he's, it's really good for him. This is his best performance.
Difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic.
That look right there, that condescending look, right? And so she should just be staring into the camera. She's looking at him with like, oh my God, stop lying. Oh my God. As if, like.
And the pandemic was not since 1917 where 100 million people died. Has there been anything like it? We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic.
Yeah, you did. You failed epically because you Operation Warp Speed. You allowed them to bait you into, closing the economy and working you on all those things. Like, you failed epically, right? You lost the election because of the way you handled COVID.
Over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made
her shaking her head again, like this is just, she's trying to fact check him with her expressions, and people who are coming in with an open mind, they don't know who they're going to vote for. They're not going to like that shit, right? Like they're trying to listen to him or whatever. And she's doing this. I don't know how many people are watching her, but I mean, her expressions are just off-putting. This is why people didn't like her. Like, her debate performance in 2020 was what killed her campaign. And she's more nervous now because she didn't get anything done, right? Like, she hasn't gone through a presidential campaign before. She didn't get any votes for president. And so she's illegitimate as a candidate, right?
Ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce-back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back, and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all...
Like, she's triggered, she's upset, right? This is a point I turned to my wife and said, it would be so much easier for her if she could just blow America, right? Because she was an illegitimate person who, I mean, you have all these feminists who want women to work and not use their sexuality for whatever it is, for power and position, right? And she did that. She dated a guy that was 30 years older than her. And she, that's why I call her Kamala Knee Pads Harris. And she was given a Mercedes-Benz and 3 great jobs that she didn't deserve. And then she was made into a senator again, in a state where there's no challenger. And so then they ran her for president, and she wasn't ready to run for president. Like she got less than 1% of the Democrats didn't like her. She got 12%. They propped her up. They were pushing her more than the other candidates that weren't, Biden and some of the bigger names. Like she was being forced on the Democratic Party. The Democratic establishment loved her for whatever reason, but they didn't like her. The Democratic voters didn't like her, right? And so this is where this is evident, because she hasn't gone through a number of these debates, right? She had a vice presidential debate. She's not good at it. And she kind of knows she's not good at it because it cost her bid for presidency in 2020 when she got rolled by Tulsi Gabbard and the rest of these things that happened there.
All about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described.
So this was the same 16 Nobel laureates that talked about Joe Biden's plan. And he's no longer running, right? So Joe Biden said the same shit at his debate, that 16 Nobel laureates are saying his economic plan is great. But the American people are seeing the inflation, and they don't give a shit about Nobel laureates. They're seeing the inflation, which they attribute to Biden economy, which isn't, fair, but they attributed the economic collapse, the problems after COVID with the shutdown, the economic issues that Trump had because he got baited into shutting down the economy, which is completely on him. They attributed that to Trump. That's how people are. If you're the incumbent, which she is, and you're touting these Nobel laureates the way Joe Biden did, and you're saying that that's, an indication of like things to come, good things to come, people aren't believing you because things aren't good right now. Why aren't they good right now? You're running the economy. Why aren't you putting this plan out right now, right? Because it's the same plan that Biden had, because it's the same 16 Nobel laureates, right?
His economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say, but Trump does the same things, right? He's just better at it.
I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of...
See, her lips are tight. She's breathing like she's just shook, right? She's sped up. Like that's her expression on her face. Like he's relaxed when she's talking because he's been through these debates before. And I don't even know how much he cares about it. I mean, he wants to win because of, just his ego and things like this. But, he's just older and, he's gone through a test of fire with all the things that have happened. I mean, at least in terms of the official story, like she was just gifted all these things, right? She lucked into all the things that happened. Of course, she, prostituted herself, right? She banged a guy that was twice her age. She was 29, he was 61. And that played a part in it. But then she did whatever she did to move up the ladder and then became vice president when she really didn't deserve that. And now she's running for president because they had a guy with the Parkinson's who was, breaking down mentally, and this was their best option. But, she hasn't ever won an election like this. And she's lucky enough that this guy is so unliked and he's Trump, that she has a legitimate chance. Because people just will do anything to not vote for this guy. And everyone most people want to move on from this guy other than the staunch Trump supporters. But she's tight. You can see it in her face. She's not.
Good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, She doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like
See, like, look at that expression. People don't like that shit, right? That expression, they should be talking about this on CNN and MSNBC. Like, she shouldn't have done this. I don't know who talked to her about it. I don't know where this came from. But she's, they said give them this look. Like, do they not know that people don't like this? This is just, people don't want to see that, right? People don't want to see that face looking at them, for the next 4 years. Like, you don't do that. Like, if this was Trump doing that, they would be all over it, right?
sentences like run, spot, run. 4 sentences.
Again, boom, another one. Her expressions suck.
That are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded. And
he wants to drill down on it. So this is where they start fact-checking Trump, but they don't fact-check Kamala Harris, which, I say over and over again that when we're questioning the people who are in the truth community, and this is the majority of Americans, we no longer look at the news and the government as a legitimate authority in terms of the truth, because they've been caught lying so much. So when they say this is facts, or this is what what we believe to be, this is our version of reality, and we're the authority, well, we're questioning your authority. You might be the authority in terms of you're the news media, but you're just completely compromised, and the government might be the authority because they're the government in terms of that, but what they say doesn't mean it's true, because they're filled with lying people. The media is filled with lying people, and it's lying organizations, right? And so he's drilling down on this thing.
And let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs.
See, she's like, again, like they're carrying water for her. And they do it throughout the debate. It's subtle. It's not as bad as I thought it might have been. But they're making her case for her, right?
The typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have.
So tariffs would bring in higher prices, which I said myself in like a last video or the video before that. I'm certainly not an economic genius. I don't like the economy. I'd struggle with business. I'd struggle with just all of it, right? Just based on my personality. But because of what I do here, and, there's things that just follow a logical path, I've had to learn about it. And so if you are going to charge 20% on tariffs to China, so China's selling, let's say, some shirts or some technology thing or whatever, and now you're adding an extra 20% to it. And so what do you think China's going to do? You think they're going to leave the price the same? No, they're going to charge you 20% more because they have to, they have their profit margins. They can't just take the tariff hit and keep their prices low. And so the reason why this economy works is the American dollar is valued more than the Chinese yuan and these other currencies, right? We're the world reserve currency. Only European currencies are valued more than the American dollar. And when that happened, we have buying power, but we can't afford to manufacture our stuff in our countries. Like Europeans, the European things that they make there are high-end things, cars, watches, things in Germany that has a great economy. So when they manufacture stuff, it has to be high-end because it has to be considered luxury items, because when they go to export them, only the very rich people in those other countries can afford them, right? And so American workers are not as good as immigrant workers because we're entitled and we have different levels and standards of what we consider, what we will subject ourselves to for our money, right? We expect to be paid more. We expect benefits. We expect things that foreign, immigrants don't get and receive in their own country And the jobs they get here are better than the jobs they would have there. And so that's why it works in China, because the people there will work for pennies on the dollar. They'll work for almost nothing. It's slave labor. And they can keep their currency down, so the money that they do get in terms of American dollars is worth so much more. And so they can charge almost nothing for these products. And that's why we're outsourcing our manufacturing. I mean, even American companies have Chinese manufacturing, or foreign countries, third world countries manufacturing their goods, right? And so tariffs is going to drive up prices like it has to. They're going to have to charge more for their products. And if it goes back to American labor, then that's going to add a lot more money. Like, American products made in America cost more money to make. And, it's all about labor. That's why slavery is a big deal, because everybody wants cheap labor, including Trump, who's used immigrant labor himself, because immigrants will work cheaper and they don't get the benefits and the things that Americans will get, which I said before. And so this is all, Trump's plan is a lie here. Like, this is where Trump's not going to fix anything. And they're calling him out on this, but they're not calling Kamala Harris out on the same way, right? So there's two things going on here.
Have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices, is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years.
So they're not going to charge more for their goods. That's silly, right? It's the classic fish boy here.
George, I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you
respond? So this is a rare moment where he's kind of calling bullshit on Kamala. They do it a little bit. They did it more than I thought they were going to do. They asked some, a little bit tougher questions, but they're clearly pampering her and fact-checking Trump, which we'll get more into here.
Respond.
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on this.
So it's very hard to listen to Kamala. And I as a truther, yeah, sure, and certainly for Republicans, but it was hard for Democrats because they didn't like her. Like, she was defined by her debate performance in 2020, and the Democrats said, we don't like her, right? We don't want to. I mean, she got less than 1% of them, and so this is why. Like, it's the tone, she's very nagging. And it's making a mistake here because she's trying to bait Trump and he's not falling for it, which is making her strategy like she's pressing. She's already emotionally not, there, right? She's emotionally, she's rattled and shook, she's nervous.
Short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID.
Let's talk about it.
He actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, ! When we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
Now, the American people are not going to get this, right? But she's. Now, are you saying that it wasn't bats? Right? Like Fauci was still pushing the bat idea, Fuji, all the way to the end, right? So you're now saying China was responsible for this, what Trump called the China virus, and they said that was racist, and it wasn't that. Now she's calling it the China virus. It's her completely reversing their position, and American people don't have a long memory for these things, and they're not true. I'm talking about the sheeple that haven't decided yet. And again, the truth community has been compromised. You can't believe anything that comes through the truth community, especially now. All the people that believed in Ketchupgate, they're worthless people, like to listen to. If they bought into this Ketchupgate, which was so easy to see through, and that's the majority of truthers, and they're pushing this immigration stuff, and these idea that these migrants are taking over apartment buildings, and these are things that are pushed by Fox News a little bit, and but they can't be trusted. And I'm not saying that those things won't happen or can't happen or aren't happening, but you can't trust it. Like you can't believe any of it. Like they're all liars. They're all deceivers. They both have American flag pins, right? Like they're both patriots.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have.
That's
I
not
don't
true.
say her.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. She's starting to talk now into the mic, which they wanted Trump to do. Trump said he wanted the mics muted, and his team did, because it really worked for Trump in the first debate with Biden. And he's like not even talking between takes here. He's not triggered at all. Like she's tried to bait him over and over again. And up to this point, he hasn't been really baited. And when he has responded, it's been very calm. Which again, like how many people are going to watch this whole thing? And so, and the first impression is really important. And her saying, that's not true, that's not true. Like this is her being triggered, right?
Because she has no policy. Everything that she believed.
Like that look right there. Oh yeah. Like it's just it's like a teenage girl like mimicking her parents, right? Like
3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat.
Look at that. Oh.
She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got
elected, the laugh.
She'd change it. And it will be the end of our country.
See, the media should have been saying, oh my gosh, she's failed here. But they can't because they pushed Joe Biden out, on behalf of the Democratic Party. And they agreed to this thing with her. And they've been, propping her up the way they propped Biden up. And, now they're into it too much, right? But for them to say, oh my God, Trump didn't respond. He didn't get triggered. He didn't take the bait like we thought he was going to do. He does later on a little bit, but it's not nearly as bad as it could have been. And I'm not saying Trump deserves to be president. This is just a debate. This has no bearing on anything, right? Like we kind of know what Trump's going to do based in his first term as president, but he was playing to run again. And so he still needed the voters. Like Trump will throw people under the bus. He's got a king-like mentality. He's thrown his friends under the bus, his allies. He'll do anything as long as it's propping himself up. He's a really bad narcissist, and he's probably pretty well handled. And some of the things he's pushing are really bad, especially stuff with Israel, some of these other things. And and his economy was good because he deregulated everything, but that was only going to lead to a temporary gain, and then we're going to go back to what happened in 2008 with the economic collapse because of the derivatives market. So, this is about who's winning the debate. This is what I'm covering here. Trump being president is going to be a disaster. Kamala being president is also going to be a disaster. But there's no non-disaster. There's no option that isn't going to be a disaster, right? And so it's really about moving on from the Trump era and how much stuff they'll push through under Trump that they can't push through under Kamala, because the right will be triggered and will be more on guard. But either way, things are going to get bad the next 4 years. Like this is, we have a brief remission between the collapse of our system. I mean, it's collapsing now. It's just we don't feel it yet. We're going to start feeling it in 2025, right?
She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well.
Look at her. Look at him. Like, just why are you doing that? What are you, a Kardashian? Like, why didn't they prepare her not to do shit like this? Now, she's not a Marxist. That's a lie. Everyone who's saying she's a communist is like a dum-dum. Like, she's not a communist. That's just Republican bullshit. You know, Republicans have been doing this forever. When I first moved to a Republican state, when Virginia was a Republican state, we were living out in the country, and it was, Republican country. And we had a neighbor, like an intergenerational family, and there was an old guy who, we liked. This was, back when my first marriage and things. And he was, he was a guy I liked, right? But he forwarded an email that supposedly came from a Secret Service agent who decided to write about how much he hated Hillary Clinton, and the Clintons, right? And, I knew it was bullshit, like, because, for one, like, they can't do that. If the person was writing this, he'd be failing in his duty. But it was so right-wing oriented. And the letter went around, the email went around to probably millions upon millions of people. And they all bought into it. It was just like we now call fake news. And Republicans have been doing that. Now, Karl Rove was good at that for years. Of course, the Democrats are now trying, they've also done this, but not as well. But now, like, they're just trying to do all the Republican stuff because they know what they're doing isn't working. Like, they're taking some of Trump's, some of his policies and some of his taglines. But she's doing this right here, and that's not helping anybody because what he's saying here is bullshit, right? She's not a Marxist. But, like, her doing that makes her look guilty. And, like, she's trying to, like, ridicule him, but it isn't working. Like, this is, you're in a presidential debate, right? This isn't like some, you're not in high school.
But when you look at what she's done
And
to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions
And then she's caught in this pose and she doesn't know what to do.
people that are pouring into our
Like,
country.
she knows, all right, this is weird now. It's getting weird. I got to move my hand, but I don't know what to do. What do I do next? Because she's completely self-conscious.
Monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you.
So again, she's not a Marxist. But she is incompetent. But this isn't because of, like, them that the economy, it isn't because of Joe Biden that the economy's cratering. It is partially because Trump and Biden both took out massive amounts of bailout money for COVID, which they both pocketed. Trump took out like $4 trillion or $6 trillion, and Biden took out another $6 trillion. So that was $12 trillion of bailout money that they took out to, boost the economy after closing down the economy falsely for COVID. And, the reason they did that was because the economy is completely ass backwards and our debt is like out of hand. I show you guys the national debt clock all the time. And so they're doing drastic measures to prop up the country, to prop up the economy. They have to fudge the numbers in ways that, you can't fudge them anymore, right? And so people who know the economy know that it's insolvent. And it's not their fault because it's, like they've participated in it. But it was going to happen to anybody. It's going to happen to the next president even more so. And so they're both culpable for the economy being the way it is. But American people think it's Biden. And they also think the immigration issue is Biden. And there's a little bit more Biden than it is Trump. But this is something that the controllers are allowing to happen because American workers suck, right? Everybody kind of knows that immigrant workers will work for less money and harder because they come from a worse place. This has been what built this country, right? My ancestors came in from Italy and Ireland and these places, right? In the, in the 1900s. And my grandparents and, in Germany. And, they were doing poorly there. These are poor people who are willing to work hard. And immigrant labor is like slave labor, not as, it's better in a way because they have some incentive to work harder. But it's like very cheap labor. And American people who grow up with entitlements aren't going to do that shit, right? They're not going to do the things that these jobs are. If they're going to foreign people, it's because foreign people will do the job better for less money, right? And so that's not a Democratic problem or a Republican problem. That's an American problem, right? Like the American people are not capable of doing the jobs at a reasonable price, and because of inflation, these things, they have to ask for more money. So that's why everything has to be imported, and a lot of these service jobs have to be like basically exported, right?
Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia.
Okay, so it's the former governor of Virginia. Now, this is like a silly argument, and people get more upset when you kill the baby after it's like, what's the difference between the baby being in its 9th month, the day before it's birthed, right, the day before it comes out of the mother, or killing the baby, outside of the mother, right? It's just, I mean, you can see the babies, but it's not worse, right? Like it's the same thing. That baby is completely, it's a baby, right? And, like they have this idea, which he's supporting here, and the pro-life people are supporting, that the longer that the pregnancy goes, the more murderous it is. It's murderous the first day. It's either murder when, I say this over and over again. It's when life begins. It's begin at conception, yes. By every measurable standard, it's conception. So you become a human being at conception, right? Not the day that you're born. I mean, you could make a case for it's the day that you're born, but then abortion would be okay then, all of it, right? It's either when you're born or when you're conceived. Is it when you have your first heartbeat? That's at like 6 weeks. Or is it when you have hands? That's like whatever that is, like at 4 weeks, right? When you're fully formed and you look like a person, that's at like 5 weeks or whatever it is, right? I mean, 5 months. And so, these things, I mean, whatever the stages of life are, you're a human being when you're conceived. The day that you're conceived, you're a human being. And if you kill that, that creature, that zygote, that, the human being, then that's murder. And it doesn't, like, all this stuff is silly. But anyway, he makes a gaffe here. It's the president of Virginia. I mean, it's the governor of Virginia.
Previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why
Now, she's shaking her head. He did say that, but it was a gaffe. And they didn't ever have that policy. No state has the policy where you can terminate the baby afterwards.
I did that because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice president...
Look at her, look. She's just like, she's failing epically. Like, it's really uncomfortable. Like, what is she doing? Like, they didn't tell her? Like,
presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely...
That's not true. She's talking again.
Fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay.
And again, he's lying here. No one would say that. If they believed that, they wouldn't say it, right?
Okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52...
See, he should have just stuck with this part here. Like, lying about it is, he's got fish boy going on. It's just, I mean, the lies is what everyone's like tired of. And, people can't see through the lies and, it is whatever it is. But it's just the the rhetoric. Like, just say this part here. This is all you had to say.
2 years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions.
See, the thing about Democrats is that they think they're smarter than Republicans, right? The thing about Democrats, because many of them are college educated. I mean, there's college educated Republicans, but the institutions of college institutions, the students and the faculty are almost always Democratic or liberal, and they have this idea that we're the sophisticated people that live in cities, and we know better than the country bumpkins that vote for the Republicans. And the Republicans believe in some like crazy lies, and they have their own issues. But the Democrats and liberals are not superior. And that's the look that she's giving them. Like, she's the condescending look that we're superior, we're the educated. Again, she comes from an elite educational family. Her father and mother were both, academics that worked at universities, professors with doctorates. They had doctorate degrees, so they went to high levels of their educational, the highest levels of education. And she comes from those elitist college towns, and she has this condescending look on her face towards Trump throughout this. And, this is the kind of look and personality that pissed everybody off before. I mean, pissed off the Democrats. She only got she got less than 1% of the Democrats when Joe Biden was getting 20%, right? Bernie Sanders was getting 15 to 16%. She got less than 1%, had to quit because this is the stuff that made her unlikable, right?
Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could
Well,
vote.
that's not true. 60% of Americans aren't happy with this. But what he should be saying here is they're saying they're trying to save democracy. And now, state by state, people are voting on what they want to do with abortion, which is democratic. Abortions aren't illegal nationally, and, they're not, it's not something where there's some national policy. It's based in every state to decide for themselves through the electoral process, right? And the states can rewrite these rules forever. Each state's going to have their own abortion rules, which is the ultimate in democracy. And again, she's supposed to be the one saving democracy, the Democrats. But why don't they want this to go to state by state, right? They want to have it nationally. They want to force states to accept their policies on abortion and so many other things. Like, they're big on national, the big brother mentality where they force you on a national level to accept things on a state by state level, right?
And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit
like her look there. I mean, just stop with the look. Like, you're killing yourself.
To those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's...
So that's her fact checking, which of course is true. like you can't. But they would do that, and they were talking about this. It's not like totally crazy that they're that this is what Trump is saying here, but like right now they're not legally able to do that, right? To kill a baby after it's born. Although there are times when they take the aborted fetus out and it's still alive, which then they have to terminate, which is like horrible, because then they're seeing what it is. It's a baby, right?
It's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprise.
See, because they fed into that, and again, it's just how stupid the people are to believe in what's happening here. But again, we don't know because they're people, they're sheeple. and there's that. But in terms of like just objectively looking at this debate, she's losing, even with the support of the ABC people, because Trump isn't doing what everyone thought Trump was going to do, and she's just not. She's nervous. She's shook, right?
Fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral.
Wait, but killing a baby is moral? You know, most Americans believe in abortion, 60%. And so we're fucked because of that. And without abortion, America would be so much worse off if all those unwanted babies were born. Like, for right to life people and conservatives, you have to realize that. Like, we're talking about another 50 million, I don't know how many babies have been aborted, but another 50 million unwanted children whose mothers were in bad circumstances. The majority of the mothers were in situations where they weren't going to be able to raise the baby in a quality way. Again, all these young single moms that would have come out of this, and just across the board. And that's not an excuse or case for murdering children. It's just the way it is. Like, that's the complex nature of this issue. And Americans want the ability to do this because we have an anti-kid, anti-child, anti-baby type attitude. And also, you know, there's circumstances where you're not ready to have a baby, but sex is so available, and younger and younger kids are starting to have their, girls are having their periods younger, boys are maturing younger, they're watching porn, they're engaging in sex at a younger age. And so, unwanted pregnancies are going to go up. And that's just facts, right? But to argue that, what he's proposing is immoral, and killing babies, babies that are in utero, killing fetuses, which are, babies that are developing into human beings, right? I mean, you're not a fully grown human being until you're 20. So when you, or whatever it is, 18. And so when you are conceived, you are developing into a full-grown adult. And it takes, 18 to 20 years or whatever it is when you're totally full-grown, and you're developing even after that. You're going through various stages of life. Like, you're never stopping the process of developing. To whereas you're getting older, your body starts to die, right? You reach the midway point to your life, and all of a sudden your body's going in the opposite direction. Where you've been developing, to your 30s. You're still developing physically, you're still changing, your body's changing. And so that development process starts at conception, right? And so, just because society needs it doesn't make it moral or okay to kill fetuses, right? Like, they love killing their fetuses.
And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
Well, you do have to abandon your faith because it isn't her body. You were willing to do that with the vaccine. You were willing to force it and make it mandatory and shame people and destroy, go after anti-vaxxers, right? Like, the same principles. You don't, like, it's just the hypocrisy here. But, people want this, what she's saying. People agree with her.
I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail. And
so she was told to go after him. Like, this, she's standing up for women, going after Trump for, this was her big moment. And I don't know whether it's connecting with independent voters, but it's definitely like she's hard to listen to. it comes across as nagging, and she's distorting things. She starts to distort this stuff here.
She's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that.
He didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that.
A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that.
These were people at her convention. Like, they rolled this out during her convention.
And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion.
Okay, but he's already said he has nothing to do with Project 2025. So these are conspiracy theories. Again, unproven theories, unproven facts, things that, again, why would he do that? Like, why would he put out 2025? It doesn't help him at all. The people who put it out are obviously anti-Trumpers. They're fucking him over on this thing, right? And, because they're the ones talking about it. Trump has been talking about it, right?
A monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body,
Vaccines.
should not be made by the government.
Thank you.
Hello?
Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And
These looks are part of why she just, like, once people take a look at her and see her expressions and see how she presents herself, right, it's off-putting. And Trump's doing a good job of looking calm. He's got a big frowny face, he's got a weird face. He's frowning a lot, but he's looking calm. And he was supposed to be the one that was getting triggered. He's been less emotional and angry than she is, right?
may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote.
Look at the look here. It's killing you.
She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he's...
Okay, so let's just stop there. I took a break. I took my dogs for a walk, and I looked at some of the headlines. Let's go to that, and I'll come back to the debate. Because this is very telling here. Look at her look. Look at Kamala's look right there. You got Fish Boy on one side and Kamala's condescending look on the other. So I looked at some of the headlines. And, it's across the board. They're all pretending Kamala won. Certainly not Fox. KO, she baited him again and again, down off the deep end, seething, unhinged, incoherent. Conservatives concede defeat. Trump lost the debate. It's silly to say that. What you've seen so far, there's nothing where he's doing any of that, right? You could say, oh, Kamala's nailing it because you believe in what she's saying if you're a Democrat. But she was nervous in the beginning. She was uncomfortable. She made a number of gaffes. I only pointed out the one so far, but I think I've missed some in watching it again here because I've been more focused on, my whatever it is, me talking about it. But she made a number of gaffes. And, she's got all the advantages of ABC, and Trump isn't doing what they want him to do. They were going to say this no matter what, right? He hasn't looked unhinged. He hasn't looked, like Trump. And he's been better in this debate than he certainly was in the Hillary Clinton debates. She's the one who's talking and it's going to get worse as it goes on. She's the one who's talking while he's talking. Like he's being calm while she's talking. She's the one with the weird expressions, right? And they're just lying to people. Like there are people who saw the debate are like, well, the experts are saying this happened, so I don't know. I thought Trump looked pretty good, but I don't know. You know, like that's how bad it is, right? Like, like to come out and say this is the case because she did not look presidential. She did not look like she was in control. She said things that Trump was going to do, which he didn't. And it's like halfway through the debate right now when we're watching, and none of these things have happened, right? And so, I mean, who are the conservatives that concede the debate here? Trump had a bad night. Conservatives pundits declare Kamala Harris winner of the debate. Who and where, right? Because Brit Hume. Let's make no mistake about it. Trump had a bad night. We just heard so many of the old grievances that we all know aren't winners politically. This was not, Governor Christie, Bret Hume and Christie. These are not Republicans, and they all are saying that Harris baited Trump. That didn't happen effectively till the middle of the debate, and it wasn't so bad that it was something where, Trump overperformed. So this is it right here. This is an excellent. Look at her face. Like, look at her frickin' face. And so something to know about is it's always been about Trump, and I talk about that all the time. And I want to move on from the era of Trump, and I've made that perfectly clear. So I'm somebody who doesn't have a horse in this race. Trump is more likable, but I've been over Trump now since 2020 when he, that whole debacle. Operation Warp Speed. I mean, Trump defined himself right there. And for the QBs, like he defined himself and you when he lost and all the things that you said were going to happen and all the Q stuff. And you were like, all the QBs just went into hiding, right? Like it was just so bad for them. And, that was one of the good things of Trump losing. But in terms of the, saving America, like I'm very clear that not only isn't going to happen, it shouldn't happen. And I'll talk about that more when I talk about fracking. I don't know if I missed the part where they're talking about fracking. I think that's coming up. But I want to talk about that in a little bit. But in terms of the era of Trump, we're in the age of Trump. They define this debate by Kamala Harris coming out and baiting Trump into being Trump. That was their strategy. That Trump was going to be unhinged and that he was going to go off because that's what Trump does. But everyone knows what Trump is. Her big advantage is 52% of people said they're never Trumpers. They'll never vote for Trump. I mean, he has such a high level of unlikability. And, he's been this guy and he's, off-putting and he's pissed all these people off. And in fact, to the extent that they're like in a frenzy about it, that she made the debate about Trump and not about winning the American people over because she can't, because she's a complete staged and performative character they've created. Like she can't be herself. Like Trump can just talk, the way he talks, where all of her answers are scripted. Like you can see that she's been given these answers and she's trying to remember them to the best of her ability, but she never goes off script, and she's really a liberal and can't be a liberal and win, right? But they're not addressing the one thing that they need to address, and that is she was so unlikable to Democrats in 2020 when she ran for president that she was beaten by Joe Biden. She was beaten by Pete Buttigieg. She was beaten by Bernie Sanders. She was beaten by Klobuchar, right? She was beaten by Elizabeth Warren and so many other people. There's like 5 more people that lasted longer than she did. Marianne Williamson and these other people that it took a longer time for them to withdraw who made it to the first primary. She did not get one vote because she quit because people didn't like her. And it was her debate performances that defined her. When people took a look at her, they didn't like her. She was off-putting. And they've known that for the past 4 years when they knew that Joe Biden at some point they were going to have to throw him in the trunk and bring her out. They couldn't weekend and Bernie's him any longer. And so, like, she knew this, right? Like they knew this. And they didn't deal with her unlikability other than the fact that they're just gaslighting the American people and hiding her away the way they hid Biden away. And so to make this debate about Trump, all Trump had to do is not fall for it. And he did it for at least the first half. And when he did get baited, it wasn't so bad as they wanted. But it doesn't matter. They're still pretending that Trump had a disastrous performance because all they do is lie, right? Like this shows you more than anything else that all that I'm saying about the apocalypse is true, because it's all just performative and contrived. You got a guy who should no longer be. I mean, the American people should have rejected this guy after he, failed on COVID, after he got worked on COVID. I mean, the Republicans should have rejected him, but they won't do it. Like the Trumpers just won't give up on this guy, no matter how bad he screws them over. And the Democrats don't know what to do with it, but they also love it because it works for them. And they put out their own candidate that's unlikable and, really unelectable, because they're hoping that the Trump hatred is enough to carry her through. And, whatever rigging that's going to go on later on, whatever cheating. But, I mean, this is the end of our democracy.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking.
So just say you'd veto it. Because he doesn't want to say that for the pro-lifers. Because they still are holding out hope that he'll do a nationwide ban. So he doesn't want to say that. But you just say it because you've already loosened up your position on abortion, because that's the one issue you're getting killed on, right? But he won't say that here.
For me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans.
Again, you just say yeah, I'll veto it. That's all you had to say. But again, like playing politics with the pro-life movement, you're already given the pro-life movement everything that they could ask for. You've turned it into a statewide issue. And you can just relax on it. And just make it about that. Say, yeah, I'm not going to sign a nationwide abortion ban. And he could also say, I can't get the votes for that. There would be no votes for that. Because there's not enough votes, because there's Republicans who are going to vote for, to have abortion. And so we've seen that in some of the Republican states. So, neither one of these things is going to come across the president's desk. What she wants, which is to restore Roe v. Wade, that's not going to come across her desk to sign. There are not enough votes for that, and there are not enough votes for a nationwide ban. It's over. This thing's over, right? And, just admit it's over. They should both admit it's over, because, you can move on to real things, because it's now in the hands of the states, and that's just the way it's going to be. But she's like,
They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond. But I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And
why is that insulting to the women of America? Like that's just stupid and silly, right? Because it doesn't matter if it's 7 months, 8 months, and he's going to actually say this. At some point you have to decide when human life begins. I mean, not decide, you have to accept the reality. It's not when I say it begins. I can't arbitrarily give my opinion on it. There's scientific and spiritual fact, right? The scientific fact is the sperm of the man and the egg of the woman come together and form a third person. It's a third person when those two things combine to create a new life. And that new life has a life of its own. And that life might be 2 weeks. That life might be 2 weeks in utero. It might be 3 weeks. It might result in a miscarriage, right? But it's the start of something. Whether it's 3 weeks long or 2 months long, it's a human being. And it's, again, it can't talk, it can't, but neither can a baby, right? A baby comes out basically helpless and, not ready to function as a person yet. It takes, when you have when you see like a cow being born, that cow's up on its feet, the calf or the heifer. The heifer is a female, a baby cow, right? You see that with deer and these pasture animals. They got to be up on their feet and ready to run the first day, right? There's animals that are born and they can't even see for 3 months, right? My dogs once in a while find a nest of baby bunnies, and my dog Tulsi will walk by with 3 baby bunnies in her mouth, and they're blind and they can't move, and they're just sitting there helplessly waiting for their mom to come twice a day and give her rich bunny milk that satisfies them for 12 hours a day. She only feeds them twice, and the rest of the time she stays away from the nest. And then, in a couple of weeks, they're hopping around, these little baby bunnies, and they're outrunning my dogs, right? I mean, my dogs are fast, Papillons, but these bunnies with their idiosyncratic hopping, and we see these little baby bunnies running around. They were blind so many days ago, and now they're ready to go, right? And so that's the process of life. And you can't say that the baby bunnies that are blind are any less of a bunny than a bunny that's 2 years old or whatever it is, right?
Understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working.
Like, she's trying to fake outrage. This was where she was going to deliver because the American people are on her side, and it's just performative. Like, she sucks at this. She's not a good actress, right?
In 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers.
Wait, sitting next to strangers? They're on a plane sitting? How horrible it is to be on the frickin' seat and up in the middle of the sky sitting next to a stranger. Like the rest of us, we're surrounded by family and friends every time we go on a plane. Like, they have to sit next to strangers? Like, what was that? Like, the big thing for her, Trump is somebody who will go off script. He's somebody who just won't read from a teleprompter. And that gets him in trouble. Where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are completely handled and scripted. He's got handlers, but she's completely micromanaged. And one of the talking points that they've had is that Trump is on his own. Like, he's not listening to the pundits. He's not listening to people, that he's making his own decisions. He's not handled as much. And that these guys would have the collective Democratic Party telling them what to do, and the media, right? And then therefore they were safer. That was the whole Joe Biden, the pitch for Joe Biden being elected. And, when you see it next to each other, Trump's way is much better. Like, for all of us, not that he isn't bullshitting and lying and being a deceitful, arrogant narcissist, but at least he's being authentic to who he is. Where Kamala is performing, and she's bad at it. She's not a good actress, and she's faking outrage, right? Saying stupid shit like that. They have to sit next to strangers
To go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable.
Yeah, but it's okay to kill a fetus. Come on.
And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Okay, so then why are you concerned? If it's now up to the people, and like these abortions are, being voted on, and people are wanting them, right? Even in these red states, which is the case. And, there are some states that are worse than others, but, I mean, in terms of these, so-called rights that aren't real rights, right? You don't have a right to murder a baby. The government can't give you a right to kill your own, your fetus, right? Like, that's something that you have to live with morally and, psychologically and the rest of it.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader.
He's a leader. He's a IVF leader.
In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, they you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Come on. Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that
Why
question?
don't you
That's
answer
the
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia.
Now he corrects it to Virginia. He said West Virginia before. He has a number of these gaffes. He's slipping. You see some slippage. Not like Joe Biden slippage, obviously. But he's starting to slip. But she's, hasn't figured out how to be likable. And they're running an unlikable candidate, right? I don't know how legitimate the voting is going to be. I don't even know how legitimate the polls. Obviously, the media is just out and out lying, saying, like, she was depending on him being unhinged. And he has not been unhinged. He's been on his best behavior. The majority of Americans aren't going to watch a Trump rally and a Kamala rally. So they watch maybe a little bit of the DNC, a little bit of the RNC. Maybe they watched a lot of the last day of Trump's thing after his whole, when he came out with the freaking Band-Aid gate, ketchup gate, like all that stuff, like all the bullshit from Trump, right? And, who knows what they're watching and what they're seeing. But they're going to watch this, people who are undecided. And, and I don't know their ability to perceive. This is what we're talking about, sheeple here. But, the first half of the debate, which, this thing is long. I don't even know if I'm going to get through it here. There's some good stuff coming up, but like just listening to them ramble on and like it's just so hard. And, I don't even know how it's like worth it for me to go through because people will be tuning out, even you guys who are entertained by some of this stuff that I'm saying, right? And so like I make this better, like I make the watching this thing better. And so, it's hard to get through. And so if they just tuned into the first half of the debate, and they're told that Kamala rattled them. Well, she didn't. Like she's not rattling them, not until she gets to crowd size. Does Trump sort of fall for the bait here?
The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know
she shouldn't have shook her head yes to that.
Know that illegal border crossings.
She doesn't want that, right?
Reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has
Only one. She's the only one.
prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say,
Look at this thing. They got a clock here. They got their whole
the
setup.
United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the...
So the reason they replaced Joe Biden was for that right there. Because when Joe Biden was asked about immigration, when he was asked about abortion, he started to talk about how these people came over from the border and impregnated by Aryan women, and that Trump went to the rally. And he brought immigration into the abortion issue, right? And so she hammered home the abortion points that were so necessary because that's a winning point for them. And now she's saying what Joe Biden forgot to say, which was that Trump killed this bill, which the ABC people are going to go after him. But the damage had already been done by the time, it's true that Trump killed the bill, right? That Trump, because it was better for him politically if they didn't have, something on the books to deal with this problem. And so it made sense for him to kill it, but it's, that makes him look like a hypocrite on abortion. On immigration. The Democrats have a valid point there that Trump killed the bill, and it makes him look hypocritical. But what happened before that? What happened to the 3 years before that? And it was just a mess. The border was a mess. What happened when she was border czar? 2 years after that, like they hadn't done anything, right? But the bottom line, the modern American person doesn't want to go into that kind of depth. Oh, there's an immigration problem. Well, who's president? Oh, who's the president put in charge? Oh, Kamala, right? Oh, the economy. I'm paying, 25% more, 50% more for my groceries. Who's president, right? Well, what do they do economically? They don't want to get into some sophisticated plan. They have a problem. They're going to blame somebody, and they're blaming Kamala and Biden. I mean, that's the economy and immigration. They're blaming them, and there's no way for them to shake that, right? No matter what they get rid of the senile guy, they bring in someone who's more articulate and more conscious, but she still sucks at this, and it's not enough to dissuade the American people from who they want to blame right now, right?
United States, I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and
And remember, she's the only person that's ever done that on the stage.
human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer
You know why? You know why? She has a very distinct accent. I guess it's California, but also I'm not sure where it's weird. Like it's not a normal accent.
run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting.
So this is where she baits him. This is the first place where she baits him in. Because what Donald Trump is really, gets to him because the rallies things really bother him. And so what she's trying to do here is get him to not talk about immigration because she's talking about his rallies. So this was one of the key points for her. This was strategy. Again, not strategy to define herself or to show that she is a person of substance or a person who could be president, because that can't be. She can't do that. And so they were trying to bait Trump, and it had failed up to this point. And maybe she thought they were going to ask about immigration earlier, but the debate's half over, and she finally baits Trump into saying some stuff here.
Watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you the one thing you will...
This is the first time he's really reacting. This is the first time she's getting under his skin. But he doesn't react that badly for Trump. It wasn't as... But this is what they're trying to claim was her baiting him. It took halfway through the debate for her to bait him into saying something. And, she's clearly doing that because she's supposed to be talking about immigration, and she's somehow talking about his rallies, right? And if these were real reporters, they would say, well, you're trying to bait him, why don't you answer the question? Because she can't defend her immigration policies. And again, this isn't making him a better candidate. Trump is, this is what sucks about Trump, because it's all about him and his ego and his rallies and his being loved by his people and all this stuff that matters to him, which makes him an ineffective leader, right? An ineffective leader isn't looking for pats on the back, isn't looking for recognition. It's a person willing to do the job, and you don't even see them. It's like an official at a football game or basketball game or something, a referee, that you don't even notice they're there and the game is great. They silently do their job and nobody notices. A good leader, when they're doing the job, people don't even notice because there's no problems, right? They're just doing everything seamlessly. And both these people are people who need to be seen. They're doing this for their egos and, all these stuff, and they're just performative, because in reality, they don't have the power to truly lead and change things that need to be changed.
Will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires.
There's another one of her gaffes. She almost said your needs twice. Again, she practiced these things over and over again. She went into debate camp, and she was nervous and rattled in the beginning, and now she's having trouble reciting these memorizations that are very performative.
And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
She stumbled there.
President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional...
Again, like him saying that that's a fact. Like, why are they saying he killed the bill? Like, I mean, other than a few people reporting it, they hear phone calls.
Agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies.
See, like, he should have said, I didn't try to kill the bill. But he's triggered, right?
Said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a
But
different...
look at that expression, that condescending expression. I mean, it's so, like, hateable, right? Like, she thinks this is working for her. And the media should be calling this out. Like, this is not... I mean, look at her expression. Like, just...
light. So she can't talk
about... She does that here. Like, it's just so fake.
that people don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies.
But again, he's been baited in here.
Most incredible rallies.
They love me more, the biggest rally. Look at the biggest rally.
The history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back.
This is why there's an apocalypse, right? Because he's concerned about his rallies. She's not a real person or candidate, not authentic. And she's trying to act, and she sucks at it. I mean, they're both not doing a good job here, right? He did a great job for him, but still, it's not a good job, right? It's not, what America needs. I mean, Americans need to be told the truth and prepare for the inevitable collapse that's just around the corner, right?
Back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these...
You don't do this. This is not effective.
Millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that...
Look at her face.
Came in, they're eating the cats, they're eating
the goldfish, and I'm worried because I'm worried they're going to come for me.
They're eating the...
Like, this is thing here where she's trying to make, that's so ridiculous. I mean, it's, this is the end of America, this exchange right here. This shows you everything that I'm talking about. Because that's not a win. People care about their dogs, and they're pandering to stupid people. I don't know how many independents will believe this is happening. I know there's some truthers that have bought into this, and I can't say one way or another. But if they have immigrants that are sitting on people's lawns and eating their pets and intimidating Americans, and the cops are unwilling to do anything, and the armed Americans aren't willing to stand up for themselves, and this is happening in towns all across the country where gangs are invading apartment buildings and the cops aren't doing anything, right? If those things are really happening, then we're in the apocalypse, right? Because him talking about it isn't going to be effective, and he's not going to be able to turn that around. Okay, so let's go back. Let's just watch that part again. It's so epic.
Millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
The
dogs. People that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as...
if you have poor people coming from poor countries that are starving, they eat dogs. Like, you'll eat a dog. I mean, I've talked about this before. There's a great show called Future Man, where these people come back from the apocalyptic future, and they call their mouths rat holes because they don't believe in kissing. Because they're like, oh, rat hole to rat hole, and they get grossed out, right? Because they're eating rats, right? And so people who are starving eat bugs, rats, pets. They eat everything. Like they don't have something where they're off limits. But the Republicans are saying these immigrants are coming in and getting food stamps. They're getting, quality housing. You can't have it both ways, right? For the Republicans, they're saying that these immigrants are getting, all this compensation, which may or may not be true. But now they're saying they're wandering around these neighborhoods, killing dogs and frying them up on the side of the road. Like, again, it's not like so unbelievable it couldn't happen, but they're contradicting their story. But her expression here and all of it, right? I mean, this is wonderful. Like, here.
As rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country.
Like this, look at this condescending look. Like, I'm not sure if people are seeing this. Like, I can't get into the minds of the undecided voters and shouldn't have to because, like, I don't know what their consciousness level is. I don't know where they are. I mean, you don't have to vote. Like, I don't even, if you think you have to vote and that your vote matters, like, that's a whole, like, level of complete denial and low functioning. Like, you can't even conceive of the idea that voting is worthless. Like, I don't care if you vote or not, but thinking that your vote matters and thinking that your choice matters, thinking that either of these people can do something differently, and they're not. I mean, it's a degradation of our system, right? But, like, her expressions, she's defining herself in this debate, and they all know she's hateable. They all know it. Like, they know. All the pundits, all the, announcers, all the news people. They all know that people didn't like Kamala the first time, didn't like her as vice president, and that she's been forced on the American people, right? And these expressions are, not serving her.
And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
Steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So
look at her shake her head, right?
Maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm taking it from the city manager.
Their dog was eaten.
Again, these artificial people, like, these aren't even real people. They're even more artificial than CNN or MSNBC shows. Like, they're like robots. But, they're fact-checking Trump here. And I talk about this all the time. You guys are no longer legitimized as a source because you've been caught lying and, just pushing out an agenda. And, all the people in the truth community have exposed the mainstream media and the government and all these other people as pushing out deceptions. And, of course, the truth community has been compromised and isn't, truthful in itself. But it's easier to catch people in lies than it is to find the truth, right? It's easier to find the lies than the truth. And these people can no longer be considered legitimate, right? They're the authoritative voices, as YouTube calls them. But, like, just because you went to a town manager doesn't mean that guy, we don't even know who that person is, and you're already saying that he's going to tell you the truth. He's a politician. It may be the truth. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't think these people are eating dogs. I don't think I think this was a staged event to promote Trump's agenda. But we don't know that, right? Like, that's the problem with everybody and people in the truth community more than anybody else. We don't really know. Like, all the stuff on the internet, most of it is bullshit, in one way or another, right?
By the people that went there.
Like, look at her face, or like her condescending, like, look. I mean, just horrible person, right?
The Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
It's just so fake. I mean, what he's doing, like, he's being Trump. And Trump sucks. Like, Trump is, like I said, I wish he'd go away. But, like, just the fakeness, it's just so icky, right?
I think one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formally worked with
Again, she's saying this just to trigger him. Like, she's not trying to define herself. this debate has become all about Trump. And it was from the beginning, but it's moved more and more to her trying to get Trump to be triggered or talking about Trump, right? Not talking about her, talking about Trump. She's the unknown entity, and yet all she can do is talk about Trump. That's all they ever do. You know, in the convention, the first day, they mentioned Trump like 150 times in the first day, right? Project 2025. That was a central piece of there. Again, an unproven document in terms of its connection to Trump, right? A not document you'd have to be an idiot to release, and Trump himself, he hasn't said he's no part of. It's only hurt Trump, it hasn't helped Trump. I mean, if these people were real Trumpers, they wouldn't have released that document. Anybody with half a brain knows how it was going to be used. And all the videos they're putting out and how you get a governmental job pretending that these people that are Trump supporters can somehow work in his administration and they're accepting applications, right? The whole thing's ridiculous. And she's, you know, I mean, they're allowing her to do this. Define yourself as a person, right? She can't because she's completely manufactured and contrived, and she has very little inside to, you know, to define herself, to show who she is. And the stuff that she does have is liberal in its orientation, right? It would be off-putting it would be rejected by the American people. Who she is and what she believes in, you know, in terms of her very light beliefs, you know, she's not a believer, you know, she's not a person of substance, she's not a visionary, she doesn't have a vision. But what she does believe, the American people don't agree with.
President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member.
You know, Jon Stewart used to call Dick Cheney Darth Cheney. And Dick Cheney was the most hated person by Democrats, much worse than George W. Bush. Like he was like he was the Trump of his era. And he was evil, warmongering piece of shit. And now him and his buddies, the neocons, are all backing Biden, have made a deal with Biden, and are running his foreign policy, which should be a huge red flag for Democrats. But they're too brain dead to realize it, right? I mean, RFK Jr. called this out. And I looked into it, and it's hidden in plain sight, right? That the foreign policy, all those guys that are running Biden's foreign policy are connected to the neocon movement. They're neocons.
Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him.
So why do we all know who he is? Like, we know Trump from 40 years ago. Like, you know, I saw Trump on David Letterman when I was in my early 20s. David Letterman had him on. It's the first time I saw Trump, I'd heard of his name. My brother had DJ'd a wedding with Trump's daughter, one of his daughters. I don't know which one. You know, the one that Trump thinks is the ugly one. I don't know. One of them was there, right? But Trump was a known entity to me a little bit. But he was on David Letterman, and David Letterman was praising Trump because he was the only guy who was able to fix the ice skating rink in Central Park, this iconic place. And he did it for half the price. And, you know, David Letterman called him like a miracle worker. And he was celebrated. He was on Oprah Winfrey. You can see the interviews. And Trump was celebrated by all these people. He was still arrogant and kind of douchey, but less so then. And he became worse as he got older. But he was on The Apprentice, and people still loved him. Like, he wasn't considered a negative. He was giving money to both the Democrats and Republicans. No one thought of him as a Republican. They thought of him more as a Democrat builder, you know, whatever he was, the Trump brand. And then he ran for politics, and he's been at the center of the American culture for the past 10 years. And you're still trying to define him when nobody knows who you are? You don't want people to know who you are then. That's that's the answer. You're afraid for people to see you, so you still got to talk about this piece of shit, right?
His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term.
So they're both saying that it's the end of America if either of these two people get elected. Like, that's what they're saying. And if America is that fragile, it doesn't matter, right? If either one of these two pieces of shit could destroy the country, then the country's already destroyed. Like, you can't, you know, they're saying that one or the other is going to destroy the country. I mean, they're talking about World War III, all these things. But either way, the country must be in really bad shape then. And it's not just because of the last couple administrations, right? This is supposed to be the most powerful empire on the planet. And everyone talked about how great we were doing, and now we're on the verge of being completely destroyed. Like, what the fuck happened, right?
And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute
Wow, kaboom, Kamala. It must be you.
to respond
Yeah.
here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people.
Like, look at her expressions all the way. Like, she's just, like the mocking expression. She's supposed to be the person that's going to move forward and be positive, and she isn't about, name calling all these things. She's not about interrupting, but she's the one who's doing all this stuff. She's the one who's being disrespectful by what he's talking. And that what he's saying is so unbelievably dishonest, but what she says is the truth, right? Now, he says the same thing, and he's the same way, right? But, like, this is something, just the contempt and the disrespect of not just Trump, but all the people who believe stuff like him. But what he's saying here is legitimate in the sense that, he did fire a lot of people, and part of it was because, he sucked to work with. And he's saying they're all bad people, but, bad people were people who disagreed with him. But they should have fired fucking somebody, right? They had so much failure. Where was the people they fired? Where's the people that they should have? I mean, even just to throw people under the bus. I mean, he should have fired her for what she did his borders are, right? Like, all these failures of the Biden administration that are coming back to haunt them. Somebody should have been fired, right? Like,
People who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got
like
to
that
know
look, this whole look that she's doing.
parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top.
Like, this is something she practiced and she's consciously doing. It's a bad choice.
People, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy.
Oh, the book writing, right? All these books are.
Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well.
Again, another thing, pushing her agenda. Like, they're going to talk about everything, January 6th, everything that's bad for Trump. Talk about how Biden was senile. We have a senile president. He had to withdraw because he has Parkinson's, and the American people said, no, we can't vote for this guy. He was thrown under the bus by the media and the Democrats, and Kamala Harris has been complicit in all that. And they've just let this thing go. They've let it go, because, I mean, the shillery here,
President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher.
Yeah, you can't do it. I'll explain in a second here.
Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told.
Just taking notes.
By their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you.
Okay, so then how are you going to get him out of the country? So he's going to take more than 11 million people. I think his number is 20. I mean, it could be 1 million, but 11 million and 20 million is even harder, right? And he's going to have to get them out of the country. Now Mexico has border policies. Like you can't, if you've ever traveled into Mexico, which I haven't, but you need to show some, like your driver's license or something if you're American, and they have immigration issues, and so you just can't dump 20 million people on the Mexican people and let them disseminate these people all around the world. He's saying these people are from the Middle East and Africa and other places. So you have all these people, not just on that border, but Haitians coming into Florida. The Haitians aren't coming through Mexico. At least I assume they're not, right? Haiti is right off the coast of Florida. And Cubans and people like that. And so you have illegal immigrants coming in from all these different places, all these different countries. And those countries don't want them back. And you just, what are you going to do? Take them in airplanes and drop them out of planes with parachutes and drop, 20 million people onto their proposed countries? Like just figuring out where people are. Some of these people have been here a while and they have anchor babies, right? And so like it's not possible. I mean, you can't do that. These people aren't welcome. They're not going to be accepted by their country. Are you going to occupy Mexico and some of these other countries all along the South American and Central American countries, and have stations in there, have army bases to disseminate these people back into that country? Like, how are you going to get them back? How are you going to get the people to accept them when you yourself said the Venezuelan government said, if you guys come back, we're going to kill you? You think they're just going to take the people back, right? Like, he's just stupid. Like, the whole thing is just stupid.
You know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down. You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because
he's more triggered now and he's a little bit over the top. They're calling this ranting. He has some legitimate points. Some of the stuff's bullshit. A lot of it's bullshit. But, he's more triggered than he needs to be. But the question remains, who the hell is Kamala Harris? Because this is now the Trump show. Trump has been put at the center of the debate. She's making faces and then trying to trigger him again. Like, nobody knows who the fuck she is. We all know who Trump is, right? I mean, people have already decided on Trump. But again, like how the American people who are undecided evaluate this, I have no idea.
they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the
She's saying it's not true.
The roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI defrauded.
Again, fact-checking him.
He
said, as you well know, the FBI said that. The FBI is some trusted source. They make their living by lying.
Frauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
Kaboom. Okay, back to Kamala here. Okay, so I went out for a walk. The fracking thing's coming up here. Hopefully the part where Trump says don't interrupt me is coming up. There's still a ways to go in this debate. Like it's not even halfway through. I thought it was halfway done. So I'm going to wrap this video up because it's just too long, and I don't know how much more I'll cover this next video. We'll see. But let's get into this last section here. Some epic things happen. Then I want to talk about the fracking thing.
I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted.
I think this is so rich. Just the stuff here, like very annoying, very unlikable. I mean, it's, I don't know what people see.
For national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement.
Okay, so I think most Americans have a sense that Trump's legal issues have some to do with him, which they do, and a lot to do with him, the way the system is treating him, and it's political, because they're all crooks, right? They all engage in the same behaviors. And this, again, is an attempt for her to trigger Trump, make this about him, which shows, and again, that there's no psychological sophistication in the people who haven't made up their minds yet, right? Like, these people aren't nuanced in that way. But that means she doesn't want to talk about herself, right? Because it's always been about Trump. And if she wins, they can't do that anymore, which I'll be grateful for. Because it's not just I'm tired of hearing from Trump. I'm tired of hearing about Trump. And, I want to move on to other things. I've been covering this now for years. And it's the obsession with the Trumpers and just all of it. I'm tired of the Trumpers. I'm tired of the Trump haters. I'm tired of the media. I'm tired of Trump. It's just time to move on, right? It should be obvious to everyone it's time to move on. That being said, she's so unlikable. I won't be able to cover her. It's not like Joe Biden's easier and funner to cover. Not that she doesn't make gaffes and say things. She's just so off-putting. It's the tone of her voice. And I think her presidency will implode within the first year because that's just what's going to happen either way, right?
Enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents.
She called him vice president, the former vice president. And so, she has these major gaffes, and there's no excuse. She doesn't have Alzheimer's or Parkinson's or dementia, and she makes these mistakes quite regularly. She's just not a polished candidate, and she sucks at a lot of the things. Her job is mostly this. She's not going to be in charge of coming up with policy. She's not going to be in charge of making decisions. She's going to be a face and a front to the, to the presidency. She's the front man, and she sucks at that part. So.
Get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this
He's doing a good job of staying calm when he's clearly triggered.
race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric.
And so people want that, like I want that. Americans want to get rid of Biden and Trump, and they got rid of half of them. But she is part of Biden, and she's trying to run as the non-incumbent, even though she's the incumbent. She's trying to run on change, like she's the one who's going to bring the change into it. But she had the opportunity to do that as vice president, and she's trying to run against Biden and celebrate Biden at the same time, right? Which is impossible.
And address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But
all things that people attribute to Biden, not Trump. So if you have a plan, then why aren't you doing it now? Why didn't Biden do it? And your people and Biden people are the same people. She doesn't have her own plan. She has a team of people that's Biden people. They're coming up with the same bullshit that he used. And there's no real way to do it. Trump can't do it either because the inflation is happening because of the economic system collapsing. A big part of it is because of the bailouts, but it was already collapsing before that, right? And so there's just too much debt. And Americans being, completely immoral and each generation becoming weaker and more entitled. There's been a breakdown on every level here.
frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris.
Yeah, they're already exhausted of you. This is just one debate. She's so off-putting. I don't know how people are going to react to her, but they're going to get tired of her soon. And with Trump no longer there to blame, because you can't blame Trump for the mess that she's inheriting from Biden, right? They'll find a fucking way if they can, but...
Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them.
This expression on her face, when she doesn't have a smile and, her laugh, which is so off-putting, her expressions are really bitchy and condescending and arrogant and off-putting. And people, whether they notice it consciously or not, they're going to pick up on it, and they're going to develop a disdain for her almost immediately. And she's not going to be able to turn these things around. So if she wins, like it's going to be her honeymoon's right now. Like her honeymoon isn't going to be when she's elected. Her honeymoon will be, this period of time between when she was sworn in and then whatever happened with Joe Biden breaking down all the way through the end of his presidency, right? Because Joe Biden still has to be president.
But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context.
It's a word she's been using throughout, is extreme. But, if I'm having trouble getting through this and I'm mocking it and I have things to say, and I've had to watch this a couple times now. I didn't even watch the whole, I skipped through it because it just is so, I don't know how people could sit through this whole thing. I mean, they're just unlikable. Everyone's tired of hearing from Trump that isn't a Trumper. And Kamala Harris, like, no one's going to want to hear from her once they hear from her from a while. Like, you remove Trump from the equation, people are going to hate Harris. Like, it's going to be, it's like flipping a switch.
In which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States.
Like, these are just lies, like him saying that she's a Marxist. Like, just, she's saying people are tired of the same old playbook, but we're tired to listen to you guys bitch about Trump and lie about him. Like, he's bad enough as it is. You don't have to lie about the guy. Like, just what he is bad enough. Like, you don't have to make shit up.
That he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House.
Understand what did it mean?
No guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the thing.
Okay, so imaginary bullet to the ear. And this is what you Trumpers, anybody who still wants to vote for this clown, this thing just kills them. This fake ear thing. He didn't take anything to the ear. And that was not anything to do with, she's saying that all the bad stuff that people feel about him is because of the Democrats. And everyone should know why people hate Trump. They should understand why Democrats and even some Republicans hate Trump. He's hateable and he does things to be hated. Right? Like, I understand why people love him, and it's hard to understand that, but it's easy to understand why people hate him.
Things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President.
Her face expression.
President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking.
So this is kind of a tough question for her, but not the one that needs to be asked. And maybe I missed it because there's a lot left here. But, it's if that's the case, that's the case, right? The biggest issue, and they talk a little bit about it, Trump doesn't do that good a job. That's something I will cover if I cover this more in my next video. But what she has to answer for is the American people and the media all know that Joe Biden, George Clooney and all these people came out and said the guy wasn't up for the task, right? I mean, all the people that Nancy Pelosi, all these people. And so she has never wavered from Joe Biden was doing a great job, but she's also talking about how it's a fresh start and she has new ideas. But she has the same ideas from the same people because she's a Joe Biden person. And she was given this position without winning a primary and without going through any of the challenges. She's not doing interviews and she's failing in this debate and they're all covering for her. And so those are the things that would need to be answered, right? I mean, specifically about Joe Biden having Parkinson's and still having it and still being president. Like Trump has allowed them to forget about that. And he should be slamming that part of it because that's the worst thing. That she can't be trusted because she's lied to the American people about the mental competency of a president that has been removed from the ticket because people know he's not mentally competent, right? So it's right there. It's being served on a silver platter. They're not going to ask it, and Trump isn't saying enough about it, right? But let's get into the fracking here.
Fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother.
Boom, she did.
Who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager.
No way.
The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times.
Boom.
Is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather.
So she's just reading from the bios, the fake bios they created for the DNC. Like these are parts of these videos that they put together. Like these are false memories and things she's implanted. She probably even starts believing all the bullshit she's saying, right?
And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down.
Well, you've talked about him in a beating down way now for the last 20 minutes, and you're trying to bait him into things. She didn't address the other inconsistencies. And the real answer is she's really liberal, but she can't be that way anymore because she's running for president. She has to be more moderate. She's not a Marxist, she's not a communist, but she's more of a liberal person. And people don't share her values, so they got to make up a false persona. Where Trump, he's just been accepted for the asshole that he is, right?
And name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
She does. She's such an uplifting person.
And Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So
it's more billions than you even know.
We don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police. She's been against that forever.
Another thing. She's not against it. She's for it. Another gaffe by him.
Gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute. I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please.
See, this is a big moment.
Does that sound familiar? She went out.
See, she didn't have a comeback, and she's not being heard. So the big controversy was Trump's team didn't want the crosstalk. It turns out she's the one who's doing the crosstalk. I caught her, I showed you a number of times. He's never doing it. Like, he's not doing the crosstalk. He's learned his lesson, and he's gotten better at debating because that was a big problem for him. You look at his face, his frickin' face, but she doesn't know what to do there.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion.
I'm going to come back to fracking when we get through this part, because I have something I feel like profound to say about that.
So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where
You meant through the roof.
they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline.
Doubling and then quadrupling. Quadrupling and then doubling.
So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get to.
environment that she
We're out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days.
Okay, so this is something you probably won't hear anywhere else. I think Trump comes back to fracking and talks about how it's going to kill the economy, and you need to do all these things with oil, and at all costs you have to keep the country going. He might talk about that in the next segment. I just can't stand to listen anymore. I'll see what I'll do. Maybe not tomorrow, but the next day or whatever. This video will be up today on Wednesday, September 11th, and then probably won't put up another video till Saturday. I don't know how it'll go. This is a long video. But this idea that we should do fracking and so many other things comes from the failed idea of manifest destiny, that God gave man dominion over the world, dominance over the world, and we can do whatever we want with the world. And like the queen, is sworn in with a scepter and an orb, and that gives her, she's God's representative on earth. And that whatever we do is God's bidding and will. And we can destroy God's world any way we want. We can consume it any way we want, even though we're pieces of shit, right? Like, you think about all the trips that people are taking in cars, you go on a highway and you see hundreds of Amazon trucks and, other delivery trucks bringing crap to people that they're not going to use. There's things like houses that last a long time and people live in them. But then there's just all the crap out there that, is being shipped across the country, shipped into the country. All the energy that's being burned in, ways of, like, for kids to play video games, or, all the porn that's being watched. 1/3 of the internet's porn. All the energy that's being wasted on all kinds of things, right? The majority of the energy that's being consumed is things that are taking humans in the wrong direction, making them more and more, distancing them from their spiritual side, and humanity is just going in the wrong fucking direction. And they have this attitude that whatever we have to do to keep the system going is within our right and God-given, ability, and we should do it. No matter what damage we do to the future, no matter what our actions affect in terms of pollution and the extraction of resources does to the environment and other species, that we get to do it. And that's 100% wrong. Our civilization sucks, and in every part of it is destroying not only, the earth itself and the other creatures that are here, making this planet uninhabitable, but also it is making us go in the wrong direction spiritually, and we're doing damage to our spiritual journey and our soul's purpose and path, right? And so the whole system should be scrapped. I watched an old Kevin Costner movie called Criminal. It's from like 2016 or 12 or something, like 10 to 15, it's like 12 years ago or something like that. And it was a movie, it was a science fiction movie where Kevin Costner played a sociopath that had brain damage when he was younger, and his frontal lobe wasn't working, so he was chosen as a candidate to receive memories from a CIA agent that had important information about a program that could basically cause anarchy and destroy the world. The guy did one of the guys who had invented the program and was trying to sell it and get rid of it was, did a display where he fired a nuclear missile from an American submarine. And it takes place in Europe, the movie. And the villain in the movie is a guy who's French or Spanish nationalist who wants to create anarchy. He wants to get rid of all the governments. If he gets this machine, he's going to destroy all the governments of the world, right? And I'm looking at it like, why is he the villain? He says the governments are all liars and all of this is oppressive. And again, when the governments are broken down, it'll be chaos and it'll suck for all of us. When the system breaks down, it'll suck on a material level. I'm not looking forward, my ego isn't looking forward to that. Who I am as a person, no one's looking forward to that. I mean, in terms of, if you understand what that means for you personally. But it's the right thing. When the system collapses, it's the right thing because we're going in the wrong fucking direction. And this debate is complete evidence of that. These are the guys that are going to save your country and save the world? Are you fucking kidding me? These are they're not just horrible people, but they're losers. They're complete, they're not capable of doing anything on a positive level. They're narcissistic, selfish, self-involved liars that will say anything for their own self-promotion, and they don't have a developed inner world or character qualities or ethics and morality to, do any sort of a job. They can do any job, never mind the important, so-called important job like the presidency. And the whole thing has to be a joke because, these people you wouldn't trust to do anything, right? What would you trust them to do in your life? I said before, would you have Joe Biden drive your kids to school? Would you allow Joe Biden to be a bus driver? Then how are you going to allow him to have the nuclear codes? And these are the worst possible people. And fracking shouldn't exist. People shouldn't even consider injecting these toxic chemicals into the earth to extract more energy and resources that we don't need, because the majority of what we're doing is just a waste of time and taking us in the wrong direction. All right, so I'm going to wrap this one up here. It's a long video. But, it's everything that I thought it would be in terms of there's nothing that's affirming or filling you with a sense of well-being and alleviating your concerns. Everything they've shown here is that the apocalypse is real. And this is Paul Romano, and I'm definitely reporting from it, as well as the Ascension. Everyone have a blessed day and be grateful.